Yeah,
kind
we
of
can boil
local.
in here.
Yeah, I was say that one's pretty across the area now.
I'm just sending pictures of soda I find in Memento Magic.
I've already had my soda for the day. No.
This is what I've been having to deal with for the past half hour as I dealt with tech issues. Greetings and salutations, everyone. We're currently live.
Hi, everybody. I'm always like this, and I do not apologize.
Oh, I know. I am supremely well aware. Do not worry. But yes. I don't have the energy for the fucking intro. Hello, everyone.
Okay, some days
Uh,
are like that.
Hey, Mara, how you doing? Where can they find you?
All right, well, I guess I go straight into the intro. Hi, I'm Mara, and I'm tired.
Oh, God. We're all fucked.
It's okay. But yes, Um, I am Miss Markar. You can find me on Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, Mastodon, Blue Sky, Instagram, various places, in various levels of activity. And yeah, I do gaming content and gunplay.
Oh. Sorry, something just fell in my room, and I'm not sure what it was. I'm sure it's probably fine.
It's just the demons.
That's reassuring. Great. And hopefully you'll be able to see Mara as well as also the lovely Miss Tollin, who'll be able to show in a minute. I believe we're looking at Saturday.
Yeah, Saturdays, I think, when we're
Saturday, yeah.
Yes.
incoming more.
Next Saturday, we will be starting once again our late night stream after dark hours, playing some more Dinkum, which oh boy, it's been very interesting and very unhinged and very fun in the best way possible. Speaking of the lovely fish dragon, Miss Tollin, where can they find you?
Hello, hello. They can find me here on Twitch under Miss Talon, where I'm streaming a variety of things, mostly focused on cooperative stuff, alongside my dear friends, Miss Markar and Nature Class. I like to do a whole bunch of different things, usually tormenting them in our, cozy vibe type games.
Sorry, I just realized the King of the Castle module was still up. Thank you for reminding me, Benz. And that is taking up a decent chunk of the screen on the Twitch overlay. Why? Hold on a minute.
Don't worry about it.
I knew there was going to be something.
Okay, it's Scuff. You're VTuber. It's fine.
And I forgot to turn off the fish redeem for the game.
Okay, cool. So I don't need to refund that. Gotcha.
No, you can. No, well, no, we do have to refund that because I didn't. Because it's not active during the streams. You hecking. Hello,
Well, no,
everyone.
but if it works, then code. Okay, I guess it doesn't actually work then. Well, I'll go redeem that real quick.
Thank you. Or you guys are just finding an excuse to burn your channel points, which I mean, in that case, whatever. Go on ahead. But yes, in the meantime.
I guess I will just say, like, this is the last warning to everybody. Stop doing the fish redeem during the D&D streams. They will not work. From now on, they will not be refunded.
Yeah, I should probably put up some sort of primer of being like, hey, during this date, you can't fish. Sorry. So people don't keep doing the freaking. No, I'm not naming. Tixel, can you refund that order to name something fish redeem?
No, I cannot.
My god. So you're asking me to name something fish. Okay, cool.
Fish Redeem. Their surname is Redeem.
Okay, the Happy Carp I can work with. The Happy Carp is at least something of like a tavern name or something of that regards. What am I gonna do with you people? Okay.
So someday we'll have to teach Sean also how to tormentor chat.
This
You
is
know-
fine.
You could
Mhm.
lock us up, but we'd like that too much.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, how do I turn this off?
If I lose, I win. If I win, I win.
All right, here's a stupid question to my other streamer friends. How do I turn off an overlay?
Go to
In-
extensions.
Mm-hmm.
Go to my extensions, and then there should be 2 columns.
One is activated,
One of
one
them-
is installed.
Yep. So under activated, click on the
Oh,
one that you
uninstall.
want to deactivate.
Thank you.
Yep. There you go.
There we go. Okay. And yes, for
glorious
for more lovely tech support. No, that's a lie. And as well as also just a wonderful, lovely, amazing person and an amazing voice. Beatrix VT, where can they find you?
Yeah, don't send people to me for tech support.
You know, for
Step
legal
two.
reasons,
Step two for
Beatrix
extraordinary.
VT is not a lawyer.
or tech support specialist. Hi, everyone.
That's it.
I'm Beatrix. I'm a cyberpunk archfey. You can find me over on twitch.tv/VeatrixVT. I play a lot of games, and I do ASMR, and I just like to have fun and be my silly, goofy self.
Yeah.
For
We're
context,
playing
everybody-
Cultist Simulator together at some point. We haven't decided on the
Mhm.
next date for that, but it's fine. We'll figure that out later.
Before you even call tech support, remember to make sure everything's plugged in properly. Turn it off and on again if it is still not working. And then
Now,
when you call
prayers
tech
to your
support,
cyber
let them
archfey
know-
also can suffice.
When you call tech support, let them know that you have already completed those steps so you don't waste time going through them.
I don't accept prayers, but I do accept exchanges.
Sacrifices.
I suppose that's a word for it. Speaking of sacrifices, this is a great segue. Rio or Codes, cat of wisdom. What is your wisdom for us today?
Oh dear.
Ish.
Psych! You activated the dice trap.
Yeesh.
Shit! They never land nicely into the tray. There's always a spray. There's always a spray of dice.
Them around.
I was saying the violence that I hear them landing. No
Oh,
one-
shit!
Fucking wonder.
Every action, every force has an equal and opposite reaction nature.
Sorry, Code. You end up, unfortunately, because of that, you end up taking 1,189 points of cringe damage.
No.
Though luckily, because of the fact you are a cat, you are immune to cringe damage, so you're fine.
He really is immune to cringe damage.
Yeah.
God, you're trying to crash the dice roller.
Oh my god. I said you're immune. You don't have to roll death saves.
Would this be Memento Magic if we didn't try to crash roll 20?
No, please. I literally just got it working now. Don't. Not again.
I
We know it
Look,
works
guys,
now.
I play a semi-serious character. I need to get the giggles out somehow.
Oh,
That's
fair.
fair. We're gonna be
It's better
getting
when
some
we try
trippy
and
shit in a
crash
minute.
nature rather than crash the cert.
Please
And
The
don't.
turtle.
Save it for when I have the energy to be broken. That's. Why did I say that? Don't clip that.
Ooh,
Now they're gonna
kinky.
clip that.
Oh, well.
God fucking damn it. I should just shut my mouth. Hey, you know what? You know what? Code, pick a color.
Purple.
Ooh, purple it is. I've noticed purple has been coming up a lot these past several
It's
hundred
the
sessions.
color of the fucking game.
It is the color of magic, that is true. It is also the color of one of the principles, which we haven't talked about too much, but don't worry about it. May or may not come up later. We'll see. And now,
what?
you know what? Just to V, pick a color, except for purple, because it's already been chosen.
Pink.
I have red. Will that count? I don't have a pair of pink dice. Which is a damn shame, and I know I really should.
Do you have green dice?
I do indeed have green dice.
Okay.
Purple and green, a very, very good color combo.
Oh, pink and sliddish red. Yeah, there's a word for that, don't it?
I had an argument with another friend a little while back on whether or not like salmon color was considered pink or orange. And I'm a one who insists it's pink. Though they, who were an artist friend, insinuated they were orange and demand and was very adamant on such. I don't know why I just randomly remembered that as we started talking about pink. Oh yeah, sorry, links don't work in the chat unless you are a moderator. Just to make sure people don't start spreading weird shit.
Yeah.
Don't go posting your Legends of Nordaeus smart fan fiction into the Twitch chat. That's not the place for it.
The place for that is in the grotto down in the doobly-doo.
Oh God.
I will make a channel for this, Nature. Do not fucking tempt me.
Oh, dear.
All right, if someone posts fan fiction, Legends of Nordaeus fan fiction in the grotto, we will make a dedicated like Nordaeus Fanworks channel.
I don't know why we don't have that already. That's genuinely a thing we should have. Hold on one moment.
I mean, we haven't really had
There's
anyone
all the
post
Nordaeus
anything,
stuff, yeah.
sadly. There was at least one or two.
Proofing, god dang it.
That is fair. That is very, very fair. Now there is, and there isn't. I think I mentioned this before. There was indeed one or two chapters of Legends of Nordaeus fanfiction, like for one of the past D&D games, actually. As far as I haven't really checked much since then. I don't know if it's been ever updated. But
Hold on, I'm changing this to be the Nordaeus channels to be in alphabetical order. You fucking monster.
oh my god! All right,
So now it
as
goes
Tixel
Fanworks
is
Games
doing.
Series.
As Tixel's doing that, it's half past the hour. I believe there is
Hey,
only
Nature?
one.
No,
Yes.
there's not. You forgot to let me plug.
Oh shit! Oh my god, I'm so sorry, Tixel. Where can they find you?
You can find me at twitch.tv/procrastination. I mostly do gaming stuff. Often you can find me on here along, just hanging out with Nature while I'm not streaming, because my setup is not quite ready for all of that yet.
The Discord's
Once it
getting pretty
is, you
active
can-
as of late, and I need to actually poke my head in more.
Oh, I've had some people talk about missing you.
Yeah, I know. I really need to set some more in Discord events. And I really want to do that more
Which is why we
in
need
the future.
to do movie night again.
We need to figure out the
heard me on
dates
this, right?
because unfortunately weekends are all snatched up. We'll have to find some time during the week to do it regularly.
That gets in the way. People's lives get in the way of that one, which is
Right, I know, and it's like it would have to be some evening during the weekday, I think. Maybe would Monday?
sad. Thursday nights at 8 p.m. EST.
That actually could work. That is after one of my streams, so that time frame does work. But anyway, we'll workshop it later. In the meantime, I only have one other question to ask of the party tonight. Is everyone ready to play some Dungeons and Dragons?
No.
Very much so.
If I was, then would
let's
I
go.
be here? Yes, I would.
Alrighty. So,
You're never getting a straight answer out of me.
Ooh. What is that name? Is that a reference to something? Or is that another character of yours, V?
No, I mean it's an NPC from way back when.
Ooh. I guess we're gonna need to talk in DMs then, maybe later. We'll see. But until then, let me actually start getting. Let me grab the recap music. Shut up, Matchbox.
There's an old one. There's an old wound.
You bitch. I know what. We're not. I'm not. I'm unpacking that later. Anyway, could one of the players, or I should say, could the party please recite to me what happened last time we left our heroes?
So all the teachers are hot.
And me, of course, that's the first. That's the first fucking thing.
We made it to the Church of Saint Asclepia. I probably can't pronounce that right.
Oh,
Asclepia? Yeah.
very close. Asclepia.
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 Yes, Saint Asclepia.
Yeah. We learned that we fought something called a thirstling.
Yes, that was the
then
final
we-
boss that you guys fought.
We fought something called a thirstling, and most of the party became thirstlings. Ayo!
Yeah, and then we met a series of hot teachers.
As well as some interesting students, of which I'm more than certain UA and I will be meeting a ghost.
Yeah. What do I?
One thing. One other thing I will also clarify for the sake of everyone. All of the students at Adderlight Archives are 18 plus. So, fan writers, get on it.
All right. So this is like Monster Prom. Got it. Perfect.
I know
Yeah.
my audience.
This isn't a kid's school.
Correct.
The only
If there were children
person
here, that would be a very serious problem.
Yeah. Yeah, no, the only person at all involved in the situation right now that is not 18 plus is the cat, and that's weird anyways. So
He might be
Yeah.
in cat ears. He might be if he's over
This is-
4 years old.
this is
but he's
absolutely
not
like a
18
university.
years old.
Yeah, you see,
University
having an
situation.
awakened adult cat is a gray area that I'm not about to touch anytime soon. Which is also makes it weirder because the most prominent aspect for
This test.
Hold on.
the most prominent principle that that the Rio is favored by is ache, which admittedly thirst does very much cover under. Also, but it's not the whole thing. But we'll get into that more later.
What is the whole thing?
Nature, before we continue much further, I do need to point out, Code, how the fuck dare you ask Clapia?
First you write Asclepia in my Twitch chat, and then you write in the fucking Roll20 chat the whole new meaning, the cat calling. I will in fact shit your pants.
He's done it before. I've seen it. It's terrifying.
I'll do it again.
And yeah, we learned a whole lot about the principles, and why we were
Let me
brought
see
together.
What? There was also a lot of talk of gaming the system.
There was a lot thrown at once. Admittedly, there was a lot of info dumping. Admittedly, As far as has been covered, understand the basics of the principles. At least that they're. Actually, here's a pop
we were
quiz.
never given a number.
I believe I have given a number.
Not in game to my knowledge, and if you did, then Braun just didn't hear it.
I don't know
sad,
if anyone
'cause he was
does
writing
indeed. I don't know
so
if anyone
much
does
information
recall
about
a
who
number.
relates to what.
If anyone recalls a number, or if anyone has the list. I know some people were taking notes.
Yeah.
I was able to
Are you
have a
listening for
bunch
what?
of it.
Mm-hmm.
It was going pretty fast, but it's like
That's fair. Yeah.
I think it was something like 8. You said.
Very close. Actually, hang on.
I was able to record 6 of them.
Sorry. Now you have me double
yeah.
second guessing.
Right. Rio
Um,
has her. Yeah, Rio has them written down.
So we have. Oh, did you go there? Oh yeah.
Yeah, Fang is the one where we don't have a
Yes.
teacher here for Fang.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yep, you are correct. There are indeed 8. Yeah, Lens, Fade, Ache, Icar, Green, Green. Yes. Yes, the principal Green. No. Yeah. Lens, Fade, Ache,
Freedom takes
Icar,
freedom.
Spark, Geyer, not Gaia. I can write that for you. Geyer.
GYREM.
Yes,
Yeah.
Geyer as in like a storm.
Mhm.
A Geyer. And then Locke, and then Fang, the one principal that actually doesn't have a teacher here, at the Adderlight Archives, which is the name of the building as a whole.
It doesn't have a teacher because the first hot werewolf to step in is Daddy. Is the Fresh Daddy man.
Just gonna add an extra
That's-
0 here, and there
that's
we
the
go.
reason. That's the reason I only have the 6 of them, because we didn't meet the leader, the teacher for Fade, and there is no Fang one.
Correct.
That's why I only had 6 on my list, because I have their
Is that-
names.
The
That is
fake teacher
absolutely
does
fair,
not
and
meet
that's
with
correct.
people normally.
But
Only
we did meet
with the
Brenda and Clotho, who are part of the students of
Fade.
Fade.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, yeah, Brenda is a student of Spark.
Oh,
yeah,
Spark,
Clo-
okay.
Yeah,
Clotho,
she's-
Clotho is Fade.
Yeah, Clotho was definitely fake because he just kind of, he almost seemed a little
Wait a
numb to
moment.
everything.
Are you telling me that there? No, right. Lens was. Never mind. I was gonna say, you're telling me that there are 3 Spark Deaths? No. One
No.
of Lens are.
There is, outside of the party, there is at least one student for every teacher, I believe, except for Locke and Geyer,
Okay.
I believe. At least as far as that you've met. But yes. Is there anything else the party recalls that they feel is important to note, except that everyone's hot?
Damn.
I had a talk
We
with
got
Remora.
upper beds.
Yeah.
Yep, we have room and board.
Mm-hmm.
We learned about the possible identity of late Mr. Smiley.
Oh yes.
Yes.
That I was wondering if someone
king.
was going to bring up that.
Yes, the king in yellow, potentially.
Yeah, there were 2
Or the
options.
Celestial of Saint Genix.
Saint
Yes.
Genix, the grinning fool. That is correct.
Mhm.
The
I
thing
hope it's
is,
that one.
knowing nature, it could be both.
Porque los dos.
Porque no los dos, yeah. I sincerely hope it's not both.
It's the great Lord Aha.
If
Oh
it
wait, wrong.
turns
guy.
out
Write
Saint-
that down, write that
if
down.
it turns
No.
out Saint Genix has just been a very playful haster, we are fucked.
We're gonna die.
And then the last thing is where our cat was left off.
Yes.
Indeed. Which I suppose, if there is nothing else to recap, I think because there was a lot that was covered there, and you actually covered most of it. I'd say that's a pretty solid grounds for giving inspiration for
You're
certain.
feeling generous.
I mean, yes, but that's what's the point. Yeah. First and foremost, we have a 2, so Mew gets a point of inspiration. And secondly, is a 1, so Rio does indeed get a point of inspiration. Very good timing.
He gonna need it.
Oh,
With
also
this
before.
NPC, not to spoiler things, but yeah.
Mhm.
Oh my God! Also,
How does the Nat 20 work again?
oh, the birthday nat 20.
Yeah.
Long story
You
short,
got-
essentially, after you see the number for a roll, or just before
Okay, that's what I
before you make a
mean.
roll, you can just declare. Yeah, basically, you can make any roll a natural 20, and it's a
just-
one time.
It's just important that it's just important you have that is a natural 20.
Yep.
Mhm.
If you want to think of it that way. At the same time, hey nature, you know you want
Uh-huh.
to show the art.
We will in a moment.
Cool.
But first, let's how about we start setting the scene?
going. I'm gonna mute up.
Oh yes, and yeah, probably a good practice for everyone except for Rio to mute their microphones. Old tobacco and sulfur are mixed with concoctions of leather and rose cologne as it hits your nostrils. The metallic tinge, you're uncertain, however, is whether the coins rattling at your side or the memory of blood invoked by the maroon velvet of the carpet beneath you. The glint of a smile before you is framed by plenty of gold in the flickering candlelight, whether it be the death paint shrouding his face, or the copious rings and patterns of an infernal language you don't recognize. But you recognize their pattern. Nonetheless, a voice of old blood and warm bourbon greets you. There is no doubt to his malevolence, but not towards you, at least not now. Now, there's business to be made. Can't say I've ever recognized your ugly mug around here before. As currently the gentleman that you have found yourself before, as you hop up onto the counter, is currently has his hands like his hands kind of folded, kind of resting his chin, looking down straight into your eyes. Also, for the rest of the Twitch chat, you indeed see this. He indeed sees this lovely gentleman here. So, Rio, what do you do?
I think Rio's just gonna look around, see what surroundings. Probably gonna notice looks like this guy knows what he wants, and sorry to admit it.
Also, sorry, you're coming a little quiet on the mic.
I'm really sick. I'm sorry. Give me a moment.
You're good. You're good. I can also turn you up a bit on Discord.
All right. What is this place about?
Would you like to roll perception check as you gaze around at the various accoutrements? Ten. It is a bit overwhelming, honestly. As you are looking past his visage, and in the even in the dim light, it's a little hard to make out shadows and shapes of various knickknacks and jars and body parts and lanterns and magic items of all different varieties. At least seeing the glittering and shimmer of arcane energies in crystal balls and staves and the glint of metallic weapons on shelves. It is a this can only be described as the tiniest pawn shop you have ever been in your life. Along with a multitude of other eerie or somewhat concerning, like, pieces that kind of give you a bit of a chill down your spine. But it's hard to make out details. Oh shit, why is it? Oh, hold on, sorry.
That's not just me? Okay.
Sorry, I did a dumb. I was like, why am I hearing the music double? Oh, that's why. It's coming through both bots. Oh god.
I thought for a moment that was just the music going a little cacophonous or that feel, and I was like, wow, this is the right song.
No, that was unintentional, but I'll take it.
Alright. I assume I'm here for a reason. What's your story?
Well, I'm a businessman, you see, and I must admit, I was looking forward to seeing a very particular customer who seems you have taken their place. Don't suppose you've seen anyone with a bit of a fiery hair and a bit of a wiry smile to his face? Maybe some tattoos?
Oh yes, I believe I know the one. He seemed to cause himself an unfortunate accident.
He's gonna kind of lean over, take a cigar off of his desk, and go to just light it with his thumb. No lighter in his hand, by the way. As he just goes to spark it, and then just look down at you. He's gonna insight you. If you would like to roll deception.
Oh, Rio's not trying to hide. He's
Okay.
just gonna try to hide what we did to him.
So you're the one who offed him.
Yes.
Ooh, I like you. Now, of all the folks that I was imagining was going to be taking this man, this crack-headed man, this gentleman, we'll call it, taking his head off his shoulders, was not expecting one of your ilk. No offense. No, I don't. I don't suppose you had some help.
I had a couple friends. We were more or less looking into him, and turns out when you turn into a gigantic mosquito, things don't end well for you.
Yeah, about had what he was coming to him. But you seem to have a bit of a better head on your shoulders. Oh, my apologies. I never introduced myself. Though I don't suppose you introduced yourself either. He gives a bit of a grin.
Rio.
Charmed. I go by many folks know me by many names, but you may simply know me as the Ferryman. Pleasure. Kind of reaches out a hand to shake, kind of like gesturing towards your paw.
Could I put my paw in his hand? Can't really take it.
Roll an investigation check.
Nature, I don't know if you meant to set that copies.
Sorry, what was that, Tixel? Alright.
Music got
Matchbox
disconnected.
map.
Don't know if you meant to loop it.
Yep, it's all good. Yeah, Matchbox is being a tool. It's all good. Hold on. Oh, that's why it was being like that. Okay. With a 16, as you immediately see the hand cresting up to shake your paw, you had a bit of a passing glance, recognizing, like, okay, you recognize these symbols kind of along the multiple rings that are on his fingers, before you realize, oh, that's a pattern of 3. And here's a little bit of world building for the sake of everyone to show in the case now. In the language of thieves' cant, or in the tricks of the trade, it has been described previously, of course, that in order to showcase your skills, your expertise in a particular field, in terms of showing yourself for work, you will wear a particular piece of jewelry that has a pattern of 3. and different jewelry indicates different expertise. Whether it be theft, forgery, assassination, smuggling, the list could go on. This man is decked to the nines. Now, you're pretty sure he doesn't have every piece of jewelry, physically on his person, but, seeing how many rings he's wearing, he's clearly showing off. He seems very, confident, but, he's very matter-of-fact about it. As if, these are all genuine pieces of jewelry. Looking at the quality, so...
Do I recognize what profession he is? Or, yeah.
Alright, let me grab the
Or is
list.
he just kind of everything?
Let me grab the list. Actually, there's a list here. Hold on. So, for everything he has, there is an earring on the right ear for con artistry. There is a necklace which is just underneath his shirt for assassination. There's a bracelet which is on the on his shoulder, like a jewelry piece for smuggling. Right wrist bracelet for fencing. And then going down the rings on the left hand, there is one on the pinky for kidnapping. And then on the right hand, you have theft, forgery, reconnaissance, burglary, and in your brief time, you realize he was wearing an anklet for stalking. That's an actual piece of jewelry, by the way. In Thieves' Cant. His whole deal is it seems to be gathering information and things, in general. Or, apparently, people, in the trade of that as well. So, it seems as though there aren't many things he won't do, as well as, he at least is showing expertise and willingness to do all of these.
Gotcha.
Now, as I had said previously, I am indeed a businessman, a merchant of various trades. And I can see yourself, you seem to have a bit of similar qualities. Less attitude, certainly, than the gentleman we talked to previously, but a certain... share some similar features, we'll say. And I mean that as a compliment. As I can tell there's something in particular you might be interested in.
Well, seems like you got a fine collection here.
Thank you. I imagine there's something specific y'all are looking for.
Well, me personally, a couple knickknacks I've got my eyes out looking for. But that's about it at the moment.
You sure about that? Kind of looking you up and down with a bit of a smile. Pardon me for being obtrusive, but, it seems as though there's a few unanswered questions that are pondering your mind. Seem a bit puzzled. I work in information just as much as I do items, and, other wares, even outside of those two.
Dealing with information, it's always questions I have, just about some of my current predicaments.
Well, name your question, and I'll name you a price. Well, I guess I should preface as well. If you're going to be trading in information, What do you have to offer?
Well, at the moment, currently, kind of trying to figure out some sort of weird dreams me and my mates have been having.
Mm-hmm.
Ever hear of anyone fighting monsters in their dreams and suddenly waking up next to the people that you're fighting with, having never met them before?
Bit of an open-ended question, ironically enough, but something I can certainly work with. But kind of looking you up and down before kind of clocking what can only be described as the faintly green glowing coin purse that's a bit difficult to hide. To clarify, you have all of your equipment on you, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, got an eye on those. That coin purse I found when I was investigating your friend there as well.
Merely acknowledging you seem to be the resourceful type, and I can respect that. We'll say about 20 of those tokens, and I can give you the information I have.
20? Sounds like a plan.
Splendid. Reaches out a hand.
I'm just, Rio's gonna reach in and take out 20 of them. Just put them on the table in front of him.
Kind of have to like use your paw to like fish them out and to count them. And he just kind of raises his hand like, honest businessman, I ain't gonna be doing any sleight of hand. Pulls up his wrist as he helps to gather it all together. And then just like seemingly opens up a tray below the desk and just pours them all in and just shuts it. Now, adventurers caught together in dreams being sponsored by strange figures. You want the list? But no, I'll keep it brief. Now, where exactly was it that y'all were located and you found yourself together in?
Well, we, first fighting some crazy bear thing, and in a dream, there was this weird man in a smiling mask, and, after the, dream ended, we were all woke up together on a ride towards a tavern.
Curious. Definitely narrows things down quite a solid bit. Any weird patterns you recognized? Seemingly on the robes or fabric or anything like that?
Nope, it's hard to make out in the dream, at least.
Seems another one's been being tampered with by the fool, it seems.
The fool, you say?
Don't suppose you're one of the religious types? Well, if you're new from Darkcaster, I imagine you at least heard of them.
Enlighten me.
Well, as far as stories go, at least I understand, the grinning fool Saint Genix is quite the colorful character in the Pantheon. Can't quite nail him down to a certain god, can't nail him down to a pantheon. Always seems to be waltzing around, stirring the pots, we'll say. Supporting rebellions during times of tyranny, and supporting up-and-coming overlords in times of peace. You understand my meaning?
Mm-hmm.
Way I sees it, he thinks something big's happening. Which, I mean, if you look outside, wouldn't be too surprising. but it seems as though, even though the such divine beings never intervene directly, they tend to like to give a little push. Now, for what exactly that means for yourself, I'm afraid I don't have him on speed dial. Oh, pardon the phrase. Don't ain't exactly have a sending stone directly to him.
Understandable. Turns out godly figures aren't the easiest to come up or get in touch with.
Never was quite fond of them myself, but I understand they have their charms. Occasionally they make good business. But now the case, don't suppose there's any other questions y'all have?
Not off the top of my head.
Seem a
They
little
do
lost,
seem-
friend.
Just a little bit. Well, it's been a chaotic few days after all. Went on a quest for a book. Turned out we're fighting a giant eldritch mosquito, and now I'm waking up here in the middle of the night.
Seems to be a trend with adventurers, but
Yep.
now the case. I'll stop beating around the bush. You seem to have... You ever had this feeling of... How do I describe this? Feel like something's missing, or that there's another part of you that ain't can't quite get the tip of your tongue.
Comes with the trade. I mean, especially for one who's, a cat.
Maybe, but I think I might have an answer for what exactly you might be dealing with there. It's definitely more than just your average affliction, we'll say.
Rio's just gonna stay quiet and listen. Yours is perked up a little bit.
Now, I'd be willing to look under the roof, we'll say, and be able to discern a few more details, but I'm afraid that's going to be quite the bigger price. Whether or not y'all going to be able to pay with it with just wealth alone is a question entirely, also. It seems a bit trapped under something, we'll say.
Let's hear it.
Well, how much you willing to give? I'm the one trying to negotiate and you ain't offering me a price.
Sorry, I'm coughing.
It's all good.
Well, if it's witches tokens you're looking for, I have about just as many of those left, but I assume we could also arrange possibly something mutually beneficial. Depends what you want as well, right?
A coin might work, and that can cover partially. Won't rob you blind in that regard, but I do work in a multitude of different currencies. I take coin, I take ill-gotten goods. He smiles. I can take years off your life. I can take your best memory. I can take favors as well. Keep it simple.
What kind of favors are we asking here?
Well, I can offer at least one possibility up front, or you can... We'll call it a loan, or if you want to put it that way. There is no inflation, if that's what you're thinking. We'll say help unlock that little friend of yours you got locked in there. Rest of the pouch, and we'll say 3 favors. If I ever need to contact you, I'll be notifying you directly as to what your task may be. And kind of ponders, kind of stroking his chin for a minute. Rest of the coins, 3 favors, and you can refuse up to 2.
Just the coin, 3 favors, refuse up to 2. Sounds like a plan.
Splendid. And he reaches out. Actually, he originally starts to reach out to take the coin purse before he kind of holds up his hand, like, oh, right. And he'll lean over and kind of slide up in front of you a ledger, along with, as well as a pen, before kind of realizing, looking at your paws, like, might make things a bit difficult.
It's a magical contract, or is this just a piece of paper?
Pick on quick. It is indeed a magical contract, but partially from my records, we'll say.
A paw print should suffice.
I'm gonna be frank, I've never actually tried it that way before. Well, slides the ledger forward.
Got that ink?
You see a pen, there's no inkwell.
Rio's just gonna put his paw down. See what happens.
Alright. As you place your paw on the ledger, roll a Constitution saving throw for me. $17. As you lay your paw on, and you go to try to readjust, you feel it kind of like stick and attach, for a brief minute, as you're trying to like pull and move and adjust yourself to get it off, and as your vision kind of starts getting woozy, and hazy for a minute before you kind of jolt yourself, shaking back awake. And you kind of finally there's a give to the paw as you see a bright crimson paw print upon the page. I believe that should suffice. Thank you kindly. And he folds back up the ledger and casts that off to the side. Now, apologize for that, by the way, part of procedure. Outside of that, I believe we have a deal. But if there's anything... If you might be willing to entertain me right before you leave, we go ahead our separate ways. I do, in fact, work in more than just business. I am also a tarot reader by practice. I also do offer tarot card readings for about 5 gold for a card or a question.
5 gold. I'm already here.
I am a merciful sort, so I think given our deal already, I can just cover up to 3 for that much, and it'll just take 5 gold. All right, he'll start shuffling the deck, and after a few moments, he will lay out 3 cards before you face down. Almost this sort of like celestial pattern, a little tacky looking, to be frank. Like almost like you're like an actual parlor, sort of fortune tellers you've seen on the street back in the capital. But sure. Now, first question.
What challenges do we foresee?
Hmm.
In the
What
future.
challenges? Open-ended question, but something I can work with. He'll flip. He'll flip the first cards. And one moment, please. As I actually need to pull up the new Arcaster Tarot.
Oh dear.
While we're on this, can you tell why this guy's a fan favorite?
What do you mean?
Yeah, I can tell.
The deal maker is like one of my favorite is like one of my favorite like archetypes in fiction.
Yeah,
They're always so smooth.
Could have imagined the person who decides to be a fae as a.
Yeah.
No, sorry.
Now, won't you shake a pulse in his hand?
Oh, there have been plenty of theories as to what the hell, who and what the hell the ferryman is, and I believe only one person's actually got it correct.
Where's my gold boat, man?
I saw it. I was like, fucking Karen. Oh no.
I'm afraid it's in another castle.
No. My knowledge, he's not even fae.
But all right, hush. As the first card flips over, Rio, you end up seeing this robed, very emaciated-looking individual. You've only really maybe seen one or two of these folks in your in pictures or even in your life. This is a depiction of a Kuruthar. Bright, azure skin, tendrils going back for hair, 3 fingers on each hand, very tall and lanky, but also very toned and wiry and muscular. However, the form here, as described, is very clearly wounded and emaciated, with a sword clutched in both hands, stabbing into his own chest. Upon which he is on some form of sickbed. Uragorn the Martyr. Not exactly the best card, but not at least the worst either. Challenges ahead. The Martyr tends to reflect on things like sacrifice, uncertainty, contemplation. It seems as though there is going to be a... How would I describe this? The road ahead is certainly going to be one with blood. That's absolutely a given. Though it is also one that may require planning, may require a guided hand to make sure you don't get lost. It is one that is to be done carefully, but don't be afraid to be unmerciful where necessary. That makes sense. For reference, this is the equivalent of the Hanged Man.
Also, for anybody curious, there's a reference image sent of the Kuruthar and Nordarathar.
Oh yeah. Thank you. Now your second question. Rio?
Sorry.
All good. You guys can talk amongst yourself, I guess, while we're waiting on Rio. Is everything good?
I'm just dying.
Oof.
Yeah.
He's just coughing, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to keep it only one question,
Yeah, I only really had one question in mind.
that's fair. Yeah. Fairman kind of sweeps up the other two cards as he kind of just sees this look of confusion. Can always reserve them for another time, I suppose. This is more than fine. One final thing. I can't imagine how much you would be interested in this card in particular, but I am also incapable within my trade, being able to change, switching out this card for another one in the deck. Maybe, guide the hand towards a better path, or simply an easier one for you. Now, of course, that also comes with a price, but something that I'm more than happy to oblige. So essentially, he's willing. Essentially, you can change the fate of the cards to reflect any other card in the tarot deck.
I don't know all of those cards.
That's fine. If you want a specific result, he can try to rig it in your favor by getting the
Gotcha.
corresponding card.
Well, I'm not one for needless blood and sacrifice. Other ways to get things done.
Of course. Now, are you saying you would rather have ease of the fights ahead, or rather simply avoid them altogether?
Something to ease conflicts. You know, in our line of work, conflicts unavoidable.
Now, of course, I can't promise every single fight you're going to be getting into in the future, but at least for the next one, we'll say. That might be more than amicable, though, of course, that's going to cost extra. If there's anything else you'd be willing to give, or add some additional favors to the pot, your decision.
How much are we talking? I don't have much on me at the moment.
You're horrible at negotiating, you realize. He smiles.
Absolutely.
Tell you what, I would likely say for the next fight ahead. Roll a charisma check.
Oh, there it is. Is this straight charisma?
Mm-hmm. $13. We'll say only an additional favor to the list. And I'd be willing to change the contract slightly. Make it so that the next fight it might be easier for you to get out without any bloodshed.
Let's do one more favor.
Quiet. More than willing to say no. But
Tell you what. Think we'll decline that today.
of course. He sweeps the card back into the deck and shuffles it for a minute. Roll a perception check. This is not with advantage. This is not smell.
Sniff.
12. As you see the cards being reshuffled and being reintroduced in the deck, you swear for a moment you see on behind him in a jar, you see multiple of these bright silvery white and blue spiders. That as the card deck finally goes away, you saw previously they were kind of like you realized before they were kind of curled up and like in place, not moving. But then once the card is shuffled and put back, they actually start moving again, kind of insinuating, oh, they were like convulsing in on themselves.
All right.
Suppose in that case, don't want to leave you any longer. I suppose you want to get back to your rest. If you haven't wanted to speak again, cash in those tarot readings or any, of course, talk about future business. Put that coin under your tongue once again when you fall asleep. You hear the knock at the door, and we can talk again. Don't suppose there's any questions.
Not at the moment, but I'm sure we'll be in touch again.
Indeed. Well, in that case, I wish you a wonderful evening. And I shall see you later. And as he kind of once again just kind of snaps his fingers and creaks open the door, and you turn to start strolling out, you feel your body kind of your awareness kind of slowly fade as you wake back up. All right, so but now all of the party can unmute once again.
Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear.
So I'm telling you, it was just a big fucking cake, and I didn't have no utensils for it.
What?
Braun, sorry, Texa, what the hell is Braun talking about?
But there was a badger, and that's when I woke up.
Yeah, I believe Boron is describing a dream.
Okay. So, before we go any further, I would like to ask for one final perception check, straight roll from Rio. 16. You gaze down at your paw, the hand, or the paw that is used to stamp down onto the ledger, and looking down at your claws, two things you notice. First and foremost, the fur around your paws seems to have a bit more of like this darker kind of grayish tinge. And as well as the claws, as well as the pads on each of your on 4 of the 5 beans of your right paw are a solid black. Like more of like an ashy, like charcoal black compared to previously.
Okay.
All right. So we are now going to be going into the subsequent weeks of downtime that the party wishes to divulge into.
All right,
Of which-
everybody, nightly study sessions, right?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
I've got nothing
That is a
but
thing you can
crap
do.
Hey, Nature, are the thieves' cant symbols or meanings written down anywhere?
I can get you the document for that.
Can you do that when you have a free moment? Doesn't
You
have-
will-
Yeah.
Uh,
I'll probably. Do you need that for some time during the session, or
No.
Okay, yeah, I'll probably be after the session then, because there's a lot going on right now. All right, so let me actually also grab some more music. Though a quick bit of a cursory question as the week is going on. Does Rio attempt to hide his paw at all from anyone or the party throughout the week, or is he just, vibing?
He's just vibing.
Okay. We'll have to see what happens to that as we start diving into things. First, there we go. Sorry, trying to grab a actual freaking playlist this time. That should hopefully work better. All right. So, oh boy. Yeah, but yes. So, a few things happen now over the course of the week. First and foremost, because you guys have indeed followed through on your quest, you do indeed get monetary compensation. Which I will grab that also in just a moment. For how much exactly does every person get? Hold on. Sorry, I'm jumping through a bunch of different tabs.
Now, the thing I said earlier today was entirely a joke, but I am not keeping all of my gold.
Rio, take all your
Oh
gold.
shit, am I?
No, you won't.
Oh no, my headset cut out. No! Hold on, shit.
How much is a copper worth?
Why is it? Okay, there we go. Sorry about that. Hang on, sorry, can I, hello?
Hi.
Hello?
Hi.
There we go. Sorry, for some reason my headset just disconnected very briefly.
In base 5e, a gold is worth 10 silver, a silver is worth 10 copper.
So 100 copper for 1 gold.
I believe the price negotiated, was about 1,000 gold per person, 5,000 gold total. For each party member. And also due to some hazard pay, for lack of a better term, given that this ended up being much more complicated than it was originally intended, another 500 gold is added per person. So that is 1,500 gold for each individual for completing the quest.
Yeah.
Cool.
I'm
Secondly,
encumbered now.
Yeah.
I just imagine like the gold bag of gold is just dropped on the Rio and it's just TAT!
Sorry, how much? 1,000?
1,500 gold each.
It would be very cruel, but I imagine them just tossing the gold that hit. Just like it.
Yeah, just tosses it like a fucking tacky sack. Just.
A bag of holding for my gold, apparently.
Yeah.
Again, the offer stands. UA can carry whatever you need, and she won't touch it.
Mhm.
Well, I mean, you can leave it in your room.
Mhm. Yeah.
That's also true. You can leave it in your room.
Yeah, for any pack horse stuff, that's probably just something background character. UA's probably been used to that a lot of times when she's had to do soldier work. In the past,
Mhm.
of just like handing her things, and she just at this point she almost doesn't even probably doesn't even phase. Like she doesn't look at it. She just grabs it, put it in whatever pocket, and is like, okay, whatever.
Mhm.
Better not be illegal.
And alongside of that, because you all are now members of the Ordo Serpentis Lapades as students, you all have access, essentially, to the private section of the Outerlight Archives, which includes the majority of their repertoire of occult books and knowledge. And so, for the sake, essentially, for the sake of this, during downtime, you'll be able to do 2 tasks of research during the week instead of 1. Now, one of the things that is being at least somewhat enforced, or at least being encouraged by the Outerlight Archives, is to essentially teach and have each of you study and increase your understanding in the principle that you are favored by. And so, all right. I guess here's a question for the party: do we want to go into principles and the esoteric bullshit first, or do we want to go into the personal studies?
Personally, I want to go the little personal first.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that works.
Just so everybody can get moments, and then we can get into the grand craziness.
Understood. So, in that case, we're going to be going down the list. Also, we'll be describing how the fuck we're going to work mechanically. So, as I pull this up as well, and adding another tab. Don't worry about it. God, I am looking forward to when I can maybe get a second monitor and a fucking PC.
Oh yeah. Again, we'll help you with hardware.
Okay. So, normally during this process, you would need to spend about 500 gold pieces worth per 1 day of time. Or I guess, sorry, let me preface. Normally it takes about a week to essentially study a specific thing, we'll say. A specific topic, that's the term, throughout the week. However, you can decide to spend about 50 gold per one to shorten it by 1 day, and you can extend that to a minimum of 1 day. However, because of this, the library is essentially partially covering costs for materials and research, and so it'll allow you to do 2 things during the week rather than 1 with your time. And this is, and depending on what topic you wish to research, it is going to involve a series of skill checks. The first one is always investigation, in terms of just, gathering information for what you need. And then the other 2 will be based on what type of topic you are going to be researching. Such as saying you're trying to find local gossip, on a certain character or a certain thing, that would be insight plus like a charisma check. Or if you're just studying, going through books, which is most of what you guys are doing, that will be history and insight. And if there are any other weird special circumstances based on what you're trying to research, we shall address that from there. So, I suppose in that case we can roll initiative.
Oh god.
Oh,
Worse
sorry.
doesn't know you're not joking.
Yeah, no, actually joking. Just to determine like turn order to see who we go through first.
Oh boy!
It's gonna be interesting, of course, with you
Rio,
going
yours
first.
My
is
natural
higher
20
than
have to
mine.
be used on that.
Alrighty.
So it goes UA, Ale, Rio, Braun, New.
I say, if we want to be obnoxious, I believe Ale has higher dexterity than I do, technically.
You rolled a natural 20, that means you
The
go
natural
first.
20 goes first.
Fine.
Yeah.
Fine.
Okay.
I'm excited yet dreading.
So UA, the way you just described it, you were trying to study essentially increasing in power. Was
Finding a
the
way to
equivalent
wield
of
something.
yeah.
Yeah.
And through your cursory research at the beginning of the week, you end up uncovering and hearing mention amongst the other teachers about something called Ascension. As for what that involves and what that is going to detail, that is going to, of course, take more. That is going to take a certain amount of studying. I guess here's the question: are you going to try? Do you want to try to study it through knowledge, or do you try to ask around amongst your teachers, and amongst the staff? Because I'll allow either or for this.
Yeah, I was saying, and both can't quite work. Maybe asking for direction. So, teachers, students.
Okay.
Those around
All
me.
right. In that case, for the first roll is going to be investigation. 11. It's starting off relatively low with their DCs, because it's a pretty rudimentary thing. As you start asking around, gathering, trying to assess, like, okay, what the hell are people talking about with this? You're given a handful of books to look into, though again, still the majority of your conversation is talking, at least with certain teachers. We'll get a bit into your teacher in a minute.
Yeah, don't worry.
But your teacher has at least ascended. Just about almost every teacher or every lead specialist in their field has performed some type of ascension ritual at least once, if not twice. Kind of seeming implying like, okay, there are at least different tiers, or there are different scales to work off of. And then for the next two, we'll do in tandem with one another. Which the first one is going to be insight, and then your choice between deception, intimidation, or persuasion to gather your information.
Okay. You said insight to start. Let's go with insight.
14. Another success.
Okay. And you said
Alright,
intimidation.
which of the three? Intimidation is an option. Try intimidating your way into gathering information amongst the scholars. the one buff lady amongst a group of mostly nerds, who some of them are buff, but they see your determination. They see your confidence.
Let's see. I might go with that. I just need to quickly double check my features real quick. Okay. No, it's just proficiency. I wasn't sure. It's like, do I have advantage? No, I think that's a potential subclass skill I get eventually.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, we'll go with intimidation. Just I'm so
sure.
Just because I have points.
15. There you go. So. After seeing the stone cold look in your eyes, and the silent intensity to your glare and to your determination of what you wish to achieve, it doesn't take too long. At least the students, especially, start to to break on like what they know, but over time, the teachers as well. Both amongst both amongst Miss Yuridov, your personal teacher and the specialist of Fade, as well as also from what you can gather from Albad and others amongst the archives. One moment. Understanding of the principles and their complexities does have a potency of its own that cannot be ignored. However, invoking those principles and dedicating yourself to its powers are another entirely. Multitudes of records are found amidst the archives of cultists attempting to ascend into higher powers, powers beyond gods that we now understand to be the principles. For some, they transform into terrible, raving monsters of obsession and compulsion towards their aspect. Others find themselves overwhelmed by new emotions beyond what mortals experience, wrought upon them by their path to enlightenment and driven mad. But a select few have been able to balance the twirling tide between mind, body, and soul to align themselves and to invoke the principle within nerve and blood and ether. There is a great power to this, and each of the head librarians of the OSL have found themselves to be able to ascend at least the first or second degree. This is a path you may follow also, but to reach its upper thresholds of mortality are a precarious one indeed. You have succeeded all 3 of your skill checks to gather information, and so you have 3 questions you're able to ask. Mostly yes or no, but I can provide some clarifying information.
Fair enough. Yes or no, primarily. That helps because I started thinking of other questions. Like, okay, if it's a yes or no, let's not go with elaboration.
Mm-hmm. I guess I can also say, for the sake of mechanics, like I can describe mechanically what would be required for ascension. So okay.
Yeah.
Long story short. Oh, sorry.
No, that's exactly that. Please proceed.
Long story short, in order to perform what you wish to achieve with ascension, you are essentially trying to perform a special type of arcanum. Effectively the result of performing a specific rite. And as long as you're able to invoke a strong enough intensity of that aspect or that principle during a rite, and as long as that also includes your understanding of that principle, you are essentially able to take that magic, that energy, and imbue it within yourself to kind of unlock that principle within yourself, and essentially like open that door a little wider. And so through that, not only are you able to essentially improve your understanding even further, because there are limits to how far you can know otherwise without invoking it. But also you'll be able to get certain, essentially think of it as earned feats that would be able to scale more and more as you raise an ascension. However, the levels, the numbers necessary, as well as the DCs for ascending higher and higher, get more and more difficult the higher you go. And so they become more taxing and become more setbacks and detriments if they are to fail.
Yeah.
So it is an avenue to ascend in power outside of just leveling up, basically.
Yeah.
And this is something you can try to do either during downtime, if you have the materials for it, or even just during the adventure, if you have the knowledge of a rite and have all the materials on hand to actually pull it off. So this can happen just during the campaign.
Nice. Okay.
As long as you have the space to set it up and have everything to do it. Now, admittedly, the first question of actually getting there is having a right to accomplish, to actually perform it, and having all of the materials necessary for that right. So,
yeah.
All right. Now, 3 questions.
Is there a means of me figuring out some type of right here in this school?
Yes. I guess to be fair, this wasn't really answered earlier, or if I missed it, I apologize. Did Ale ever make did Ale and Rio ever make it known that they basically have the tiny library, the occult, collection along with them?
I don't know if Rio ever shared that. I know I kind of kept my books close to me.
Yeah,
I guess here's the question: What would they have shared that information?
They wouldn't have hidden it, but I don't think they would have shared it.
Okay.
Kind of the whole "don't if you didn't ask, then I didn't tell."
Okay.
Yeah.
So, you would indeed have the capacity to attempt to start learning rights here. Essentially, there are a handful of different books that they would be able to point you towards that are currently in stock. And it would essentially be a similar process to how Ale was able to read a specific occult book to gain that knowledge, as well as whatever fleeting or emotion came from it from reading it. At least for above game, to describe that. And so some of those books would be available here at the library, but also possibly during your travels, you'd be able to find more recipes, for lack of a better term.
Fair enough.
Second question.
That requires a more detailed answer. Are there methods here for also helping me, like, prepare mentally, physically, magically, at this place?
So, as in, I guess I should preface, what do you mean? As in, like, resisting or concentrating during rites, or, like, essentially boosting your understanding to be able to put more towards it?
Oh, that's a great question. I want to say both, and if I do that, then I just eat the third
Okay,
question.
cool.
Yeah.
I mean, yes, you can try. You can either or. You can try to do here. Though, I would say you'd have to pick one or the other as like a field of research you want to look into. Of either. Yeah.
Okay. For that, then I'll lean towards the latter.
Okay.
The like how to put more in.
Yeah, I will say, because of what's already going on, your mentor is going to be striving for you to increase your understanding in the principle, the principle of Fade. So that would essentially increase the number of points you yourself put towards the right. And as for increasing your willpower, we'll say increasing your your concentration. That would be something too difficult to really perform in the short term. But that's definitely is a field to look into in the future, or even getting items. Maybe that could help with that. Is there a third question?
This one's gonna just be kind of out in left field, or at least it feels like it is to me.
As long as it's related to the topic of Ascension, or has ties to it.
To an extent, yes, kind of. Is there a good place here to focus?
Now that is open-ended, but I would say yes. If you're trying to focus while also invoking your specific power, your specific power of Fade, as much as I hate to say it, it would be your teacher's room.
That makes sense.
Which we'll get to later.
Yes, exactly.
Until then. Alright, I believe then next up on the list we have Ale.
Alright, hey.
If I recall correctly, your independent research was going to be looking into, like, organizations, or into possible, like, enemies or rivals. You might be running into something to that effect?
Yeah, I mean, we have some idea of what our our future mission holds. I kind of wanted to see more if I could figure out who might be related to that.
Okay.
This whole thing with this divine force that
Oh,
is
okay.
burning. Yeah.
I guess I should specify. Are you trying to do research into factions, or are you trying to do research into the presence that you experienced?
Well, yeah, I don't know what it is exactly, so I want to know, like, what is that potential foe?
Okay. That is going to change what I had planned for then. Never mind. Okay. Which is fine.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I should have clarified. This is still going to be a field of study. Although admittedly this information is going to be a bit trickier to find knowledge on. So the DC will be a little higher, but nonetheless, this is going to involve studying. So it'll be an investigation check, as well as knowledge, history, and insights.
Alright. I am kind of, even if I get like the low end tiers, or like, maybe we don't know who the big bad is, but we get some sort of sign in the right direction.
Mm-hmm.
But investigation first.
Yes, first investigation. We can speed through these. 10. Unfortunately, the first one is a failure. Second one would be a knowledge history, which is a 13, which barely succeeds. And then finally, it is an insights. 19. 2 successes. So, the most that you are able to gather, as you're trying to scroll through the different what public knowledge, quote unquote public knowledge that you have, to figure out what this presence that you keep running into in your dreams is, and the name that keeps coming up, the name that you recall, that your compatriot had brought up from Mora, was a entity known as the Beacon in Black. And the most that you can gather offhand, as to what that entity is that it is typically described as some form of blinding eye of sickeningly radiant light, or involving some capacity of the desperation to see or the desperation to be seen, like knowledge that you have access to in terms of, like, whatever a divine or eldritch horror this is of course somewhat lacking on just finding proper entries on it, other than glimpses and depictions. But this is definitely some sort of greater being. Something eldritch, something presumably aberrant. Not quite divine. Even though it is trying to... It seems seemingly imitating this divine radiant light. You have 2 questions of yes or no that you are able to ask. And even though I prefaced earlier that the knowledge is limited, I can still answer to the best of my ability.
I guess, like, was I able to find any, like, is there a following to this Beacon in Black? Any, like, mortal servants or anything?
I mean, for most eldritch horrors and aberrations, there are cults. There used to be a lot more during before a certain event early in New Arcaster's history called the Wars of Congregation, which, to put it simply, was a massive witch hunt that went through the entirety of New Arcaster. Though talking about certain groups or certain factions, there are rumors or a possibility that one of the ships of the Ivory Fleet that operate actually around actually throughout the same sea, the Kiziknold Sea, that you have the Portolan for, off of the coast of New Arcaster. Those there have been plenty of you've heard plenty of rumors and sightings on ships that have just randomly disappeared after or nearly escaping a pale ivory white ship in some capacity. And there are plenty of weird occult or supernatural stories surrounding these ships, each which have different features and different capabilities. That's one possibility. Admittedly, of course, if there are any more of these followings still within New Arcaster, they're either already killed or are still in hiding, and there isn't a lot of public knowledge on them, because, duh.
Yeah, I've been very much sent underground.
So, essentially, if there are any present cults that worship the Beacon in Black, that's not some information you'd be able to find here.
All right.
And a third question. Well, second.
Oh, that's a good question. What my question should be.
You can also expand out a bit from the original topic if you would like. So, say your research kind of takes you down a bit of a rabbit hole.
Yeah, I probably would go down a bit more of a rabbit hole. Then, if that's possible.
Well, go on ahead. What's your question? As in, like, it can be expanded. Your question can be expanded a bit from the general topic if you'd like.
Yeah, I don't know.
No, that's fair. If you want a little bit to come back to you, that's also fine. Or if you want to just, move on or move to something else.
I can't think of one right now.
Or I guess if there's nothing specific I can gather, I can give at least one, like, hint or one bit of information that kind of becomes clear as you research.
Okay.
The topic that you seem to be researching here, the Beacon in Black. This, as much as you certainly feel as though it is your path, it is your it is part of there's a reason you've been given this vision. This is definitely not something that you yourself alone, at very least, if not for a while, is something you're going to be able to accomplish. Tampering with eldritch horrors and gods beyond stars, that's a bit above your above the pay grade of even most heroes. Now, yeah, how and whether or not there are other means or other methods other than directly finding this, finding this chamber and breaking his chains, or if there's other methods of trying to weaken or defeat the Beacon in Black.
Right.
That's not that it's hard to tell. Like, working within abstract is always a difficulty. And the most I will at least say is that this is a power that will not be able to be dealt with immediately, or at least anytime soon. As much as you might be able to prepare yourself or prepare things in to strike against it. If that makes any sense. I realize that was a bit of a roundabout one.
Absolutely. I mean, it is Ayla's goal, but she knows she needs power to stand against it, for sure.
This is, like, long term, I suppose they would say. So yeah. I suppose
Alright.
in that case, then we can move on to Hi Rio.
Hello.
All right. So now, admittedly, the initial thing I was given is that you essentially wanted to try to figure out more about yourself, or some self introspection, for lack of a better term. Like, what is essentially what's going on with you?
Well, I want to learn. Focus on like, what the hell is the way? What are the ways?
Ah, now that is something that can absolutely.
I
be
know
worked
the
with.
way to the myth's edge, but what the fuck does that even mean?
Okay. In that case, this is going to be a bit of a special one. So, first and foremost, as per usual, investigation. $15. As you are trying to ask around, being like, okay, you have this hanker and you have this feeling of direction, like you know the way to some place, but you don't know how to get there. Is the most weirdest way of describing it, but it's true. And after some asking around, eventually you get this. It actually probably is your mentor Ida, who describes this as just. I believe the process you're trying to find a word for is dream walking, darling. I believe you had stated when you first arrived here that you had went to a desert of some sort. If I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Well, I believe that is actually quite. I mean, no disrespect, it is quite rudimentary. The. Just gonna pause this for a minute. It's not exactly something I can teach you. It's like teaching someone to fall in love, dear. But I can try to help guide you in the right direction. And so, this is going to sound weird. Roll for me a concentration check. So this would be Constitution. 6. You are definitely having some serious trouble trying to do this on your own, as you're just just kind of sitting in the equivalent of your cat bed, just during the day, like trying to fall asleep, but you can't. For one reason or another, like the sun is in your eyes, or there's still noise from overhead, or it's damn cold and damp down here, in this fucking room. And this is a very new environment, and so it's difficult to get comfortable enough to really even have a as restful of a sleep as you would like to. You feel this pull, but it trying to commit it the whole way has been tricky. And so, presuming you come back to your mentor looking for more advice, she simply sighs and simply looks you up and down. Now, I don't normally advertise this to students, but I do have certain concoctions, we'll say, that might help you to fall asleep better, to make your dreams a bit sweeter, in a roundabout way. And so if you're willing, she is actually going to offer you drugs to help you fall asleep.
We take those.
Okay. She has you essentially lay down in her office. And actually, no, we can pop over. Actually, no, we'll save going to the office proper for the going into the principles and that research. But you are set down onto her desk, and are essentially given this concoction of herbs with the help of Mielwyn. Um, to help sort of essentially not only cause your brain to kind of fog and go to static, but essentially help your body actually just get weak, and so slowly sort of drift away, as you find yourself falling asleep. And so now, for the first time, we're gonna do some dream walking.
Uh-oh.
One moment, please. Oh, I guess before we do anything, let me check something. Hope it doesn't be like. Saw that in the chat. And I realize this is gonna suck, because I forgot this is the one specifically for the Mist's Edge as well. This is going to require a second concentration check. So another Constitution... sorry, this would be a Constitution saving throw. Nine. Unfortunate. So, as much as you...
Roll that?
Would you like to use a point of inspiration?
Yes, please.
And then go on ahead. 11. I believe that is barely a success. Now, one moment, please. So, oh shit, actually, sorry, one more thing. Almost forgot. Sorry, jumping through a few different things here. So, Rio. It's definitely still takes time, even with all of the narcotics going through your system. You feel this weird drifting, a kind of numb buzzing sensation, as you are incited into the effective into this sort of drug-induced coma for a brief moment, and that yearning pull that you have felt in the past almost seems to get stronger, for a brief moment. You feel this. That's only what I always say. You feel like, even though you don't physically see anything, you don't physically feel anything. It's almost like this tug at the soul, this gnawing in your chest, very similar to how you felt, well, ages ago, before this adventure even started. And I presume you try to move towards it?
Yes.
As you kind of try to concentrate, and kind of try sort of swimming through this sea of clouded fog in your head, you know, moving your legs best you can to try to meander your way forward, eventually you see light. And as you finally gaze out, you find yourself in a not quite the same, but familiar set of sand as before. You have found your way past the mist edge and amongst the sands. And so, from here, you look out across this almost this sea of gold and ivory powdered sands. And once again, the sun, the horizon line and the sky almost seem to blur and meld together, and you find yourself in a alien, foreign place, but weirdly nostalgic. And unless you do or say anything specific, you almost just feel your feet begin to wander.
I'm going to follow that feeling.
Okay. So, could you roll a d6 for me? One. Okay. As the further and further you walk into the sands, this warmth, this heat that transcends above you of the glowing eye of the sun, seemingly staring down intently at the entire horizon before you. And wait, it's not as bright as it was before. You kind of, it's hard to gaze directly back up at the sun. As you, of course, but as you kind of try to glance back up, the strain on your eyes becomes less and less before you realize the eye is closing above you, and as almost in that split second of sunset, of the gold and violets of the skyline, the world snaps shut. And you find yourself in pitch black dark. Even with what vision you normally have during the night, you can only barely make out the ever shifting ebb and flow of dunes upon dunes of sand. But you can hear whispers, cries, screams, praise for help. Countless voices eons away, and yet still screaming into your very ear. And as you feel your heart begin to race, your head darting around, trying to venture what the hell is going on, what is happening, that cacophony starts getting louder and louder in your ears. And that yearning in your chest almost turns numb, turns hollow, and it's hard to feel any sense of direction that you felt before. You wake up, and you gain the fleeting of dread.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's in the thing.
One moment. The skin pricks with that bloodless biting. In every shadow lurks a prowling beast. Every star is a glint of teeth. There's a maw behind them all, in the void beyond the lights. It hungers, and you are its prey. This fleeting has the aspects of Fade 2, Fang 2, and Ache 2. The challenge to succeed against it is a wisdom saving throw. If you should invoke it, and then you succeed, you have advantage on saving throws to become charmed or frightened for a number of hours equal to the fleeting's degree. Or on a failure, you gain stress, that should say, not strain. Stress of an amount based on the fleeting's degree. So, because of the fact you are in a sanctuary, as in a place that you are being well kept and well comforted, your strain is going to be going back to 0. But I will also preface this: if you should fail on this saving throw invoking this fleeting in the future, or should acquire it somehow in the future, you essentially will be gaining a certain amount of mental strain. Which will go in the details of that if and when that should ever come up. But for the sake of Rio in the moment, you basically have a panic attack. As you are rapidly pulled out from the dream, essentially Ida and Madoka actually shaking you awake. As you seem to be currently scrambling and scratching at the very finely carved wooden desk that you have been laid upon. And just like, are you all right?
Just shakes his head. Just get his bearings.
Sorry you had such a bad trip, dear. I just imagine it's not often that this happens the first time.
Oh, well, everything went black and there was a lot of screaming.
That is admittedly unsurprising, but I must admit that is not typically the norm within what we understand to be the sands of thought. Now, if you would be able or willing to return there, hopefully the pull to arrive in that place, to open that door, will get easier and easier with time, but it is admittedly something that is very advantageous, I should say, or very beneficial to understanding yourself and understanding the magic of the world beyond. Tell you what, as much as it is terrifying, as much as it is awful in any frame of the word, it is still an emotion. It is still a potency of which you, as one who is favored by the aspect of ache, can actually expound upon. But that will, of course, require future study and future practice, I'm afraid. If you are hesitant in moving forward with this, I can help you the best I can, dear.
I would like to pursue this further when we have a chance.
Wonderful. Madoka, could you get some water for this? And as Madoka just kind of hurriedly stammers back out into the hallway, that is where we will leave Rio. So, next up, I believe on the list we had was it Braun? If I recall correctly.
Yes.
Tixel, if you are still there.
Yeah.
Actually, it might take a little bit to then return from the dream walking and bring us back to regular ambiance. Give me a moment. Oh, actually, sorry. I'll do...
My apologies. I didn't hear the last 10 seconds.
You're good. You didn't miss anything. Just getting things set up. None. Hopefully, shouldn't be as terrifying as before. If everything goes right, fingers crossed.
Roll.
Hold on. There we go. Sorry. So, Braun, next up.
Yep.
Now, you proposed two things you wanted to do. And we'll say for the sake of brevity, we'll focus on one. I know you. The main one you wanted to look into was researching psionics.
Yes.
And just gaining a better understanding of what it is. I believe, and the finer details of it.
Yep. Just what they are. If basically, does Bra need to worry about being a danger in two ways rather than the one he's had to deal with?
Hmm. All right.
That good stuff.
Because. Oops, sorry. Let you finish.
That was it.
Okay. Based on the fact that literally no one else here is a talent or works with psionics except for you, this is going to be mostly based on book work. And it's going to be focused on studying.
Yep.
And so this is going to be, first and foremost, an investigation.
All right. Investigation. Not terrible at it.
As an 8.
Eight.
Understandably so. Media on psionics and like whether or not something is confirmed to be psionics is light at best. So it takes you a
Basically finds
while.
3 books and none of them have any.
Right, none of them explicitly say psionics, but they mention like, oh, they have this specific talent, so maybe. You know, and you kind of have to like, you have to spider web from there, trying to find other references. So next up, knowledge history.
History I'm actually really good with. Oh my
Oh.
god.
Unless you roll, do you have any points of inspiration you wish to use, or?
I do not. However, I do have a specific. This is gonna be weird.
Uh-huh. I like weird, but I'm concerned coming from you.
Could I justify gaining advantage by utilizing the ability to gain as much
To gain is what, sorry?
study time as possible?
Oh, okay. As in, like, using your dreamscape time to, like, devote to this.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll say in that case, if you're doing it that way, you'll be able to make the next skill check at advantage.
Okay.
And we'll say if you're doing that, you are foregoing your research time towards martial techniques.
Yeah, for this chunk of time at least.
Mm-hmm. All right. In that case, this
Just
would be
like-
a insight check with advantage.
Oh boy.
Thank
14.
God you chose to do advantage. So, okay. What you were able to find is very sporadic. However, what basics you can garner on certain esoterica and certain unknown phenomena of Nordareth pertains to as such. Knowledge of talents and their powers date back as far as the spotted records of the War of the Magi, or of the precursor Kuradar nation synergizing magic and, quote, ether, as they refer to it, to hold devastating effects on their landscape. After which, all that persists of talents and their abilities remains in rumor and superstition, from oracles making miracles that magic cannot, to superhuman feats of strength and prowess that could be argued comes up from such a source even beyond that of martial techniques. The earliest sources you really have in terms of New World history are scrapings and scramblings from the Iowilid Mountains. More specifically, the mountains that border and separate Kamiyashi and Kanareshti. Some form of monasteries trying to avoid influence of the material world and focusing within. Like, you find like hodgepodge, like little stories here and there, but like nothing that's super concrete and really helpful, unfortunately, to really help develop your case of what you're trying to find. You can have one yes or no question answered.
This is the one question that is gnawing. Oh. And I don't know if this gives him enough, but is he an active danger to those he cares about? By
In his
simply
current
being a silent-
in his current state, no. Braun is in a state to where yes, he is having troubles. Yes, he is having issues. However, he's not in danger of like exploding. There's nothing really Braun can find that explicitly states, oh, these people are dangerous, or oh, these people are unstable, like the same way that people treat sorcerers in a lot of ways. It seems what stories you find are more on like forms of like, oh, these are alien, we don't know about these, we don't know who they are, rather than like, oh, they will make your head explode, or you'll fucking die on the spot. Like
It's
there's no
fear of the unknown as opposed to of being a
Cut out a little bit.
justified fear.
Oh yes,
It's a bit more of a fear of the unknown as opposed to a.
Yeah,
as
there's a bit of
threatened.
mystique and a bit of dread, or a bit of fear against people like this. Yeah, there's no schools that you can, there's no schools really around here, especially not in New Alshire. There's no, like maybe if you can possibly find a tutor to point you in the right direction of someone who out there who's also a psionic. But like there's no great sources to really educate you further currently in the library. Nothing you can find offhand, unfortunately, but you have at least confirmed one thing. You are not a burden. You are not a weapon that was pointed towards your allies.
That is honestly the most comforting information Braun could have garnered.
Some people may treat you with mystique or fear, but there is no proof behind their claims that you are a demon,
Braun's had to, and this is going to be the last bit, but he's had to rein in that image before he can do it again.
All right. And as you kind of leave on that last thought of reassurance and comfort, I believe that leaves us with Mew.
Hi.
Hello. Now, you mentioned bringing up two different things.
Mm-hmm.
One, you stated you wanted to do a bit of research into medicine and anatomy, but you were also curious on what knowledge you could find on Grandma.
Yeah.
So, I will say for the sake of this, probably have to pick one or the other for this branch or this time of research.
Okay, well, that's easy enough. The desire to study medicine is kind of fresh in my mind, but I think any opportunity to glean, any hidden knowledge I can find on Grandmother Dearest, I need to take it. So that's what I'm going to focus on.
Okay. In that case, this is once again going to be more studying, more books. So, first and foremost, investigation. 11 barely succeeds. What little can be told of hags or crones or others of the fair folk can be found from certain prison records that have survived the destruction of the group that used to preside over here, referred to as the Lead-Coiled Templars. And what, admittedly, that seems to be diving a bit deeper into New Arcaster history and stuff like that going on. But they seem to also have ties with the event called the Wars of Congregation, the massive witch hunt that persisted after New Arcaster gained its independence. Essentially, the for lack of a better term, the cleanup after the effects of the war had happened. So, next up then, we have knowledge history, if you may.
History. Come on. I'm going to use an
12.
inspiration.
That is,
If I can.
however, that I'll say you have no need. You already have a success.
Okay.
During its witch hunts, an ocean's worth of outsider blood had been spilled. Fiends, cultists, undead, and even some of the Fae were caught up in such a brutal cleansing of the land. Not all were merciful, but the Lead-Coiled Templars of this temple were one that at least were open to surrender and letting their enemies live with their necks intact. Not much survives of the prison itself that used to be here. There's a reason why the keep itself is in disrepair. But most talk of outsiders and immortal beings can be found within records taken by its wardens. Last but certainly not least, insight check.
Okay.
16. Wonderful. You find a particular record from involving a tiefling gentleman, lacking typical horns, but he kept a crown of gnarled wood and dead ivy braids for his hair. He was reported by the warden as having eyes of a vulture and a fox's tongue, and voiced his disdain for a woman that he spoke of as she for whom the bell tolls. Speaking at least on some story involving rivaling as well as consuming her sister, she who wallowed in black. A name was never given for this gentleman, however, as he refused to give it, but the offer was always, "Just a huntsman, sir. My queen would likely wish to see me soon." You have 3 yes or no questions that you're able to ask.
Okay. I think first, is any of the have I heard any of this information before?
Bits and pieces. It definitely feels a lot more of like this is, a folk's tale or an outsider's, comparison as to what actually happened. You've heard ramblings, just about, whatever gripe may be of the week in comparison to whatever yield and story has been told, whatever yield and tale that she has experienced. As for the consuming thing, that is most probably true. In that Grandmother Toll had essentially rivaled and then subsequently ate her sister, Grandmother Blackwallow. And I believe is part of the reason why you are under her thumb specifically today, instead of her. For clarification, you would have been under Grandmother Blackwallow if she wasn't eaten.
Right. This is, and I don't know what benefit I would have from learning anything more about this, but when this tiefling mentioned that his queen would like to see him soon. Do I get a sense that I know? Do I get a sense that I might know who he's referring to?
You know exactly who he is referring to.
Oh,
know-
no.
You know her very intimately well.
I don't know. I don't like her.
Not valid.
Don't like her at all.
Yes. I'm afraid it
Queen
is
of-
the same queen.
The Queen of Mirrors.
Correct.
Okay.
Which at least goes to presume that this all happened at least. Well, I mean, if how long ago the prison was here? At least maybe 50 years ago, if not more, presumably more. This seems to be more recent history, ironically, that all of this happened, at least within the past century.
Okay.
If that's any, semblance of a timeline.
So well before I was made,
Correct.
but still well within,
Or I guess actually to say this, because of the way that this is worded, I'll give you a bone for free. This would have happened after the reawakening.
Okay.
So within the past 90 years.
Okay. Okay. So based on this,
Mm-hmm.
is it reasonable for me to draw some conclusion that there are other active agents of the various courts and more powerful, like Archfey, in the what they consider the mundane world?
Within New Arcaster, it is certainly possible, and whether or not there are many, probably not. Whether or not you would run into another one just in passing is pretty unlikely, unless you were to actively search for them.
Mhm.
But you are at least familiar that what operatives can slip through past the Kriak River, to walk into New Arcaster. It's very few and far in between, and it's a very specific kind of window to even slip past. And most of
and
the
I-
operatives that seem to be out here are, of your ilk, presumably, or under a similar yoke.
Yeah. Those of us who have an easier time blending in.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's troubling.
I believe that is your third.
Yes.
All right. I believe that is all the independent study that is to be complete. Now that leaves us with going into the actual. How do I word this? Time to get to class. Now, this is something that I'm not sure whether or not all of you would talk about your independent studies together, but at least your knowledge and understanding of the principles of magic, I will presume you talk together amongst yourselves and amongst the other students. So,
At the very least, you and I do, since we have the same team.
Yeah, as I said, Yuen wouldn't hide much of what she's plotting. It's not she's getting less subtle about it.
I'd probably keep mine a little more close to the chest.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I will say it's at least presumed that all of you understand. Through all of this study and talk together, you understand the basics of each of the principles as this goes on. So, all right. I suppose we could use the same initiative order, though that would mean we're gonna have to be bringing Yue and Braun together
Yeah, Braun's getting piggybacked, or I'm
for what's about
heading to Braun's
happen.
initiative.
So, all right, let's go. We're gonna go ahead and move around a few things. Hang on. Actually, I probably shouldn't have moved everything before you guys popped over to this map, but that would involve me being a professional, and I'm not that. So, fuck it. Let's.
You're a professional VTuber. Welcome to the crowd.
Actually, here is a decent place to take a bit of a quick break. If we want to take some time to rest and and vibe a bit before moving on to the next chunk. Thank you for the posture redeem. I'm standing straight, but thank you. Standing, I'm sitting straight. In that case, let's move back over to the Alshire map. There we go. We'll do a time. We'll give it about maybe say 5 minutes or so. But first and
Get your
foremost,
snackies.
yeah. Actually, I probably should get up and stretch because there was a few of those going around. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Where are my industrious ferrets? Shit, where the hell is it? Where's Kevin McLeod? There he is.
Unleash the carpet sharks.
We'll do 2 of these for the timer. There we go. All right. Oh boy, this has been a fucking time.
Oh boy.
Also, hydration gone. Everyone drink.
I don't have water. I have coffee or Gatorade. Which one?
Why the fuck do you not
Closer.
have water?
Monster.
Alright, you know what?
You don't wanna
Gatorade is
share
closer-ish to water, so there you go. Drink that. It's got electrolytes.
Though Water Boy was one of my favorite anime.
I thought you were about to say favorite anime, and I swear to God.
No, that's Shrek. Come on, man.
Oh, yes, of course. How could I be so foolish? You mentioned your favorite Adam Sandler film?
Yes, Water Boy.
Oh, okay. Alright. That's fair. I don't know. I feel like it'd be difficult for me to say I have a favorite Adam Sandler film.
Now, the weird thing is the Hotel Transylvania movies, a lot of people, and that's fair.
What's a lot of people, sorry?
The Hotel Transylvania movies,
What about them? You cut out a bit.
those also count as Adam Sandler movies.
Oh, yes. Yeah, that's fair. I would consider that to be a true statement.
Some
Sounds
people I
nice,
know
nice,
say
nice.
Happy Gilmore. No
was
one
that,
I
V?
know says Jack and Jill. Was that the?
Yeah, let's not talk about that one.
Yeah, I was saying,
Yeah.
I saw Adam Sandler's most recent film, Spaceman. It was actually pretty good.
I'm
As
most
well?
familiar with it through the Grown Ups movies, which are something.
No. I know at least one person that says it's 8 Crazy Nights, and I don't understand that person. That is a wild choice, if I'm going to be honest.
That is entirely fair.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Adam Sandler's fine, I guess. Admittedly, I never had a huge hankering or a huge like, oh, I love Adam Sandler films. You know, they're always like,
No, that's the thing. They're kind of fast in a way. Like you're not
Like-
necessarily out for them.
right. The one, yeah, like
But
it's
when
definitely
they're there, you can appreciate them.
yeah. The one thing I've seen a lot of is that like a lot of the Adam Sandler movies are just like an excuse for him and his actor friends to just get together and hang out, which like valid. You know, I can, you know what, I can respect that, but like, I'm not sure. The movies themselves are like fine, I guess. I like the Hotel Transylvania movies though, at least the first and the second one. I never watched the rest. And I heard they kind of got
but
less
the
and less
reason-
quality as they go because, you know,
I think the reason that they're as good as they are. The guy behind Samurai Jack.
what about, sorry, you cut out a little bit again.
Yeah,
The
cut
reason
out
why
for
they're as
several
good as they
seconds.
are, and then we heard Samurai Jack.
The reason they're as good as they are is because Gendy Tartakovsky's involved,
Oh, and he's the guy. Okay.
and he's the guy who made Samurai Jack.
I understand now.
How did we get to Adam Sandler movies again?
I don't know. You're the one who brought it up.
Yeah, you brought it up.
I'm not even gonna begin to ask like what the train of thought was on this ADHD hyperfixation, but here we are.
It's not even a hyperfixation, it was just a tangent.
I was gonna say, yeah, no, that was just a straight up derailment.
So hope everyone's having a good time. I realize this is a lot.
Everybody get in the comments, tell us your favorite Adam Sandler movie.
Oh,
God
jeez.
damn it.
Let's not.
Yeah.
Let's not.
Yeah, no, you don't have to. But for real,
I,
though.
mhm. I hope at least the downtime and the research so far has been interesting.
Oh yeah, I'm excited to see what continues.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna be completely honest, I could not have hoped for better role.
Fair.
It's like, oh boy, I can't wait to roll hot garbage.
Well, it's not necessarily that, it's just like, you look back on it and you're like, yeah, that's how that
That's
Yeah.
fair. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, the fact that my roles even succeeded as well as they did, it's just like, that's that's UA just being UA. Okay,
It's
got it.
funny how the one who is the least magically inclined in the standard practice is the one who has the most fundamental, like, understanding of, you know, the methodology of ascending in occult magic.
I'm just over here like, how do I kill my grandma?
Well, apparently someone tried to fight her and she fucking ate her. So,
Oh no.
UA fucking ends up multi-classing into wine.
Oh, the warlock?
Oh jeez.
A joke, but like,
I mean, warlock fighter
knows?
multi-class would be something.
Bladesinger UA.
Oh god.
Oh, you know what? That would be
Blade
interesting,
Singer's
huh?
wizard, but that would be interesting. Yeah.
Hmm.
Blade Singer Samurai? Oh, that would actually be really interesting.
Oh god.
I'll see if I'm multi-class. We'll see.
Mhm. Yeah, there's a few ways of going about it.
Yeah, there's.
Oh
some-
god, UA just becomes this world's equivalent of a Death Knight.
I could see it. The worst part was like while I was muted and like going to the restroom, I was musing over that. It's like, guys, is UA just going to quintessentially embody that of the Internal March?
The Samurai Death Knight,
Oh.
fucking.
Honestly, cool as shit. And I know you don't use the class nature, but Necromancer's Death Knight subclass is
Ah.
really cool.
I could steal some abilities, depending on how things go, or which direction
Mhm.
UA goes. We'll see.
Oh, exactly. Yeah.
Mhm.
Of course, my brain. You
Oh,
say Death Knight, and I was immediately thinking World of Warcraft. It's like,
Yes,
Good
exactly.
time.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
no, that's kind of what the Necromancer
Yeah.
Death Knight's based on. Which is
Yeah.
funny.
I
'cause
don't
it-
think UA is gonna pull an Arthas, mind you, but
no,
no.
Oh no.
she's not a corrupt unless you summon a Mal'Ganis.
I mean, no.
I'm scared to see. I'm scared to see what poor elf she wraps up into her situation.
Oh god, who
Oh.
becomes UA Sylvanas?
Oh please no! Teldrassil burned once. Let's not do it again.
Yeah, we're not touching that with a 10-foot pole.
No. Remember, because it burned. I think it was It did burn in Warcraft. Well, Teldrassil. It wasn't Teldrassil, but the World Tree burned at least twice.
Yeah, that was.
There was Teldrassil, and
that
there was and then Nordrassil, I
Rachel.
think.
Yeah, Nordrassil burned, and then
Yes. Then
wow,
Teldrassil burned, and now there's the other tree.
Aldrassil. I can't remember what the name was
Something
called.
like that. I forget
Yeah.
it.
Don't get me wrong, the Night Elves aren't normal either because I keep looking
Don't
at.
get me started.
Yeah,
I
was gonna say,
I have stopped Tixel a multitude of times on going on tangents on the Night Elves to the point where I believe you don't even remember the tangent anymore.
No, that's not the thing. The issue is more I don't give a fuck anymore.
Good.
That's a mood. I'm there with you.
Like
Human paladin.
where the vitriol did genuinely exist, that spot now just exists. The humor of "don't get me started." Well, I don't get started.
Exactly.
I used to like World of Warcraft lore. Used to.
It
Yeah.
should still be interesting. There's some fun thing.
Also, what's this about the UA stare? Fucking.
Oh, just
You've done?
You gave the description of UA like for intimidating for.
Oh yeah. Oh
Being
yes. The
intimidating.
cold, intense stare. Oh yeah. Yep. That's it. That's exactly it. Oh, I
So
forgot
they're
how like
the
beady
technically-
the pupils are.
Wait,
Yeah, there's
No,
pupils and then there's iris rings as well if you look close enough.
Yeah.
It's just
did you actually? I was gonna say, were those in the original image? I never noticed.
Those are. You have
Yeah.
to zoom in.
Holy shit!
Yeah, Anura did amazing on the detail. That's just yeah.
Mhm.
She just stares right through you.
She's very
I
pretty.
still need. I can't wait until things happen and I get job and I can pay and
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just intimidating the other students. That's not hard for them.
Oh no, she is the college bully.
No, she.
No, the
it's
thing
not so much
is-
she's the bully. She just unintentionally scares the shit out of
yeah. I was gonna say she's not even
Yeah.
trying to intimidate them. It's just her sheer fucking presence.
Yeah, just like she suddenly looms behind somebody, and you swear you can see the go floating in the air. Just the aura of scary.
All right.
Oh god, she's behind me, isn't she?
What was? Hold on. Was it Lord of the Rings: The Third Age, where you played as a party?
Party of
You-
what?
You're cutting up pretty regularly, Tixel.
I don't have my laptop on my lap right now, so it might just be the distance I am.
Yeah,
That's
more than
also
I do.
partial. That might be it.
Is it Lord of the Rings: The Third Age, where is the video game where you don't play as the regular Lord of the Rings?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, because there is one of the attacks the archer does. In fact, that is in my brain.
Mm-hmm.
Where it's like he's like doing something to the air and it goes no whip of the arrow going out. That is just first.
Yeah, it's like every second or so you're cutting out a little bit. I'm afraid, Tixel. So I'm not sure if it's like just a mic sensitivity thing that's being an issue or what. But yeah,
It could also be that I'm right next to the fan, and I
that
have
might
my
also be it. Yeah.
background
Yeah,
stuff turned on.
I might do it too. Yeah.
So yeah, if possible, trying to either keep closer to the mic or
I
getting it further away
cannot
from the fan.
without. I cannot get further away from the fan without toasting alive or being a
I
nuisance to
understand.
family.
That's why you're
understand.
saying closer to the microphone.
Right. Hold on.
For this, yeah, for the cake, at least whenever you need to speak. So, again, like you're still mostly audible. It's just occasionally it gets a little choppy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So first and foremost, oh, probably should bring us back over to the screen. That makes sense. Oops.
Yeah, whoopsie doodle.
So, zoom in on the screen. There we go. So, both Braun and Yue, you are both ushered into this surprisingly dry compared to the rest of the chambers down here, and relatively cool chamber room, in which it is mostly empty, save for a multitude of seeing multiple different paintings, some of which have tarps draped over them. You see mirrors along certain walls, along with this. There is a singular old desk off to the side, seemingly collecting dust along with everything else in here. And finally, there is a small offering ritual table at the very far end, with a draped painting, or a painting with a drape kind of covering the front face of it.
Mm-hmm.
And Clotho just quietly turns back to the two of you and goes, "If you could please be silent."
Yue then just takes the hint and all the way and just silently nods, kind of keeping her hands onto any of the items that she has on her, like holding the two scabbards of her wakizashi and katana so they don't clack or make any noise as she moves.
Braun gives a thumbs up as well as the mental message of go it.
Mm-hmm.
He kind of pauses for a minute after the mental message and just kind of turns back. The mind must be silent also.
Gentlemen.
Yeah, there's almost just a hesitation for a second with Yue before she kind of closes her eyes and gives a nod.
Clotho will turn back, and as he kneels down in front of this little offering table and sets up a few small accoutrements of bones and other offerings, along with a singular candle that begins to light and ignite, moving forward. You hear nothing, really, even as he seemingly is mouthing words with his lips. He, at least Braun, who's, I believe your eyes are still open, looking forward to Clotho.
Yes.
I would say after a moment's focus, Yui's eyes do open again. It's just, trying to quiet the mind.
Mm-hmm. He does ignite the candle.
Okay.
But then from there, the flame almost begins to spread. As his lips move, he almost seems to be kind of gesturing and doing these weird kind of pulling motions with his hands. Before you realize, with each wisp of smoke, he's almost weaving and braiding it into different knots, as he's silently moving different syllables, mouthing different syllables throughout this process. And the more he continues, the room grows colder and colder, but not to your skin. There's this gnawing hollowness in your chest that grows greater, and the silence of the nerves and the senses at your peripheral begin to dull and blur. And this feeling doesn't stop initially, and you almost have, there's almost this thought that appears in the mind that, is this the feeling of what death is like? Before your heart kind of catches it back up with you, and tries to draw your mind to it, trying to remind yourself of the drumming in your chest and remember that you're still beating and you're still alive. Only in that gasp for breath, reminding you that you haven't breathed, is when Clotho reaches up, drapes off the painting, and this ashen gray form begins to appear before you.
Oh. Yui's not saying that out loud. At above table going,
Hey.
oh no.
Hey, Mara.
Yeah.
I fucking told you.
Oh dear. Yeah, she's dead. She's dead.
Our teacher's a fucking ghost.
Oh god.
I would ask.
Mm-hmm.
And this is more of like, just as like almost a panic response. If Braun was to, where is that? Did I never add that? I don't think I did.
What are you trying to do?
Second level. One of the features of the pyrokinetic ball of fire in your hand.
Ah.
Just as if in panic from the feeling of the gnawing cold.
As you try to apparate the ball of flame in your hand, all that forms is this this billowing, stifling cloud of smoke. And as that kind of gray white ash kind of like flakes and gets onto your skin, you again turn back forward to see, in the spitting image of the painting, still crying black, down on her face, the physical form, at least a physical form, of Miss Nerifia Yuridov appears. And with that, Clotho will immediately stand back up, and will step back, giving her space. As her form seemingly kind of ebbs and shifts slightly with the mirrors projecting across, essentially across each of the walls. As she turns, essentially her gaze of her head roughly turns in the direction between the both of you, and you feel this. She doesn't speak, but you do get this feeling of what's the word I'm looking for? Not dread necessarily. As much as that, yes, this feeling of presence, but also this feeling of like recognition, or like this feeling of almost like comfort, weirdly.
Almost like commiseration.
That's the word. Thank you. This feeling of like commiseration between the two of you, and this kind of faint nod of acknowledgement. And Clotho very quietly kind of mutters, just loud enough to hear, "She does not speak. She cannot anymore, but she can still understand and communicate with us."
And just at her appearance alone, there was like a slight shift in UA stance, just kind of almost like a half turn, like initially defensive, but then laxing into kind of confusion, yet now a lack of surprise, if that makes sense. Like, again,
No,
it's
that
like
entirely makes
she's
sense.
going through a whole swath of emotions in about 2 seconds.
There's no visual change on his face as he looks the woman over, but that like spark of the smoke in his hand, instead of actively done, more is like almost just reflexive, trying to bat away the cold. He just kind of meets with where her eyes.
Braun,
Gives-
roll. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize you were
Yeah.
finished.
He just gives a gentle nod to her, and is going to at least attempt to create a mental connection.
Roll an insight check with advantage.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
18.
18.
The moment you attempt this mental link, the moment you get this feeling of understanding, both of her to yourself and vice versa. As the moment you see what almost seems like liquid pouring down her
I'm
face.
sorry, you just cut out.
Oh, sorry. There's immediate recognition, both between one another, as the tears running down her face are more like ash and powder. Just beneath the fabric, you can almost see that the skin is kind of taut, and kind of rippled and spider-webbed. Like even the edges of her hair seem blackened and ashen gray. And seeing not only that, but also like the marks on her wrists, as well as you're able to faintly see on her ankles. This is a woman who was burned to death.
Oh. No.
Oh no, poor Braun.
As he notices that he's going to like bring his hands together, like one almost made in a fist with the other's finger crossed over, and just perform like a polite kind of like apologetic back.
She very solemnly shakes her head, kind of giving that feeling of like, no, it's okay. You have nothing to apologize for. You are not to blame. Yeah, you kind of get that feeling of like there's multiple meanings behind that.
Yeah, as I say, Yue would also probably seeing the little vow from Braun would do her own kind, like more out of just respect. Again, she doesn't have the awareness of the link or anything, just kind of showing her own cultural respect.
I do want to also remind people Braun has his own teardrop tattoos on his face.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I forgot you had the teardrop.
They're not teardrops, they're like full on tear lines, like messy and stuff too.
Oh yeah.
So actually, I guess both Yue and Braun would be able to read this. Roll investigation.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. Is this normal?
Yeah, straight investigation.
Okay. Just making sure.
21 and 19. Both of you would recognize that the markings on this woman, not only of course is she obviously a half elf, though presumably half Burkaran.
Oh
Shit, yeah, we're supposed to be getting.
And so you see that the markings are almost seemingly of like the markings of someone who would be like they're affirmations of like a healer or a wise woman, which
Nature, I'm gonna ask then. It was. Would Braun be able to put together that she was burned because she was a witch?
with a 21, absolutely.
Okay.
And
There,
oh, go ahead. Do not let me stop you.
there's no words for the multitude of emotions Braun goes through in the like 4 seconds it takes to recognize that. But the weird thing is that his face almost purely on resolve.
Yeah, Nerifia just kind of nods again with that solemn, like, it's okay. And then before slowly turning over to Yue, and you kind of get that similar feeling of, like, understanding and acceptance, weirdly. Of, like, I understand, but essentially that semblance, again, that commiseration of, I understand what you went through, in certain way, of, like, this mutual feeling of hollowness, for lack of a better term.
Yeah.
The compassion that only truly comes
From shared suffering.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, Yui gives a nod, and one of her smaller limbs actually reaches in it, like, just touches over the rope end of her bell, just kind of physically linking herself to her item in a sense.
One of Braun's hands does go over the, like, I'm gonna say the word and people can get weird about it if they want, but the dark side of his little tartan.
Pocket. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Which is also placed over his heart.
Nerifia will start mouthing on her lips something over to Clotho, before Clotho just kind of nods and turns. We have much to discuss, it seems.
Yes.
And that is where the three of you will be left with. I'm sorry. I'm not actually, but I'm sorry.
Yeah, you can lie all you want. I'm shaking.
Of course the teacher for Fate is going to be a dead person. Of course you fucking called it immediately. I'm not mad.
Of course. God damn.
No, no, it's just, and I forgive me, but I think I may also know what her witch curse was.
Yeah.
May I take a stab?
Sure.
Visions?
Yeah. Anyways, I believe next up in the list we have Ale.
Hello.
If we were to move over to the library. Ironically, the head of the librarian doesn't really have her own personal office in the same way every other place does. As much as she has kind of meandered her way over to into various different rooms and buildings to conduct her work. And so, Ale, you're kind of taken through multiple multiple beams of sunlight cascading through window after window, kind of going from each book as Winfried kind of is going off on each of her different theories. Remora is kind of sloughing off a little bit because she's heard all of this before. And just merely, like, just keeping just awake enough to make sure that she doesn't, you know, pass out, in case something happens. But Ale, you're kind of, left after this trail of ramblings, before she shakes her head. I am so sorry. We should probably start from the beginning. You stated that you have seen these visions, this prophecy, as you've described, and it is very harrowing, to say the least, but, I can assure you, and I can promise you that there is potency, I guess I should say, or there's more to this than blindedness, I suppose I could say. If that is any reassurance.
Of course, I see things clearly in a sense, though sometimes visions come that don't come to pass.
She solemnly nods. It is unreliable in certain aspects. It's, she kind of ponders for a moment. Say, like, a prism. Or, well, a lens. We could specify. It is good at focusing and diffracting light, though, of course, if one were to gaze too long into it, one can see colors, one can see shapes of all sorts of things that you couldn't even fathom to begin. And it is, in certain ways, beautiful, but also it can get overwhelming, just for certain. I'm sure you've had your moments, or you've had such moments where it got too much.
It has, though. In many ways, it's become easier to deal with. Just going with whatever happens, if it doesn't matter, and making use of when it can be a valuable tool to make a difference.
There is a... Oh, sorry, cut you off. I didn't catch the latter end of what you said, Talon.
Oh, just make a difference in the things that do.
Mm-hmm. There is so much beyond our world that we are only able to glimpse, that even our compatriots can't even fathom. I'm quite certain there's more colors we can even see that others cannot. It's fascinating and it's inspiring in so many ways, but of course, if you get lost in a sea of colors, there's, well, nothing. There's a need for direction to make sure there is a focus to it all, and it definitely seems that you're very driven. That's good. That's wonderful, actually. But I hope and I can assure that what the light within you is very intense. I can certainly see, and helping to focus and harness that even further, I hope and can see some great potential within you.
I just want to make sure that what I've seen doesn't come to pass. That, I can do what I can for the world.
Even though we are tampering with powers beyond, anything us mortals alone would even be able to process, but we this is what you have seen, I believe, is far beyond what even all of us could accomplish. And I don't want you to lose faith in that, however. Even if the beam is so distant and so hard to grasp, doesn't change that it's reached your eyes and that there's still potency there. You can still refract and reflect that light into something that is beautiful and awe-inspiring. I suppose we should probably begin.
Of course, I do need to hone my own powers to prepare for any future.
I shall leave you with that. Next. I believe next up then on the list we had Rio. Oh shit, that's Wallfly.
Just give him a moment here.
There we go. God damn it. I just saw your message, Talon. I'm not responding to that right now. The lingering smell of burnt herbs and other substances, we'll say, is at least being partially masked by the scent of some very expensive perfume, which in a way at least smells better, but also is like, it still burns your nose a bit, especially you, Rio, with your heightened smell. It's a bit intoxicating in the worst way possible. Spending large quantities of time in here. And as Madoka is just kind of quietly seated in one of the other in the other seat next to you, Ida is kind of oh my god, what's the word? She's basically just kind of turning back and forth at the very front of the room, pacing. She's pacing back and forth. As she lets the two of you just kind of sit down and get comfortable for a minute. What passions drive the both of you, dearies? I realize that's a very awkward and a very broad question, but I don't believe we can press any further into our studies until that is made expressly clear. If you don't... oh, go ahead.
Knowledge and understandings.
Very noble goal. And I suppose a direction that might see you heading towards our own head librarian here in future days, but until then, I guess, why do you crave this knowledge, if you don't mind me asking? Is it towards acceptance? Is it towards some goal of yours?
Mainly to understand my... Sorry.
You're fine. I apologize if it's a bit, I wish we could get some windows in here to ventilate. She very quickly just kind of goes over and like opens the door and just kind of wafts a bit to get some of the smell out before she comes back in.
I was saying he's probably just having an IRL constitution check. Just give him a second.
Yeah, I figured. Helps a little bit in character of just like, oh god, my head's spinning.
Yes. Especially after his dream quest.
Yeah.
Poor dear.
Better understanding of myself.
Very valid claim. understanding oneself and understanding our place within the world is a, well, I suppose it could be the claim for all of us to find an answer for, whether that be to simply enjoy its worldly desires. She has a bit of a sly smile to her face. Whether it be to some higher standard, or simply this constant state of progress. Desire and passion is the root behind all change and all transformation within this world, dearie. There's potency there, and it seems as though you, both of you, have been favored in that in some way. Madoka just kind of like fidgets a bit, kind of squirming before she kind of swallows and perks up. I go on, dear. It's all right. Believe me, I have heard more than worse reasons for pursuing one's life and desires. She just kind of leans back against the wall. I want to leave the world better than it's been left. Is hope part of all of this? Ida just kind of tilts her head back and forth like, I suppose it is, yes. I'll say, Rio, if you want to roll an insight check on Ida. (13). She is entertaining the both of you, and she is trying to, like, nurture that spirit, but she also has this look of, like, oh god, I got the two preppy kids. like, oh, I got the two nerds, basically. Of, like, this is not at all the conversation I was expecting, but here we are, I guess. But she's not, like, physically showing that. Yes. Hope, striving, yearning. The desire for something more, the desire for something greater than what we have and what is in the now is absolutely an ache, and as ergo is absolutely within the wheelhouse of my studies. Now, of course, there are a multitude of different avenues of which that hunger can be strengthened, it may be satisfied, it may be sweetened in certain cases. And it is that plethora of complexities and fascinations that we shall be striving into, dear. And I believe I'm correct in saying that it is impossible to achieve one's own desires without at least appealing somewhat to others. Am I incorrect? Madoka just kind of silently shakes her head. The eyes of Ida kind of turn over to you, Rio.
Can't all be about ourselves.
Of course. The world is bigger than our own minds, as much as we hate to admit it. But it is the nature of satisfaction, dears, that we shall be diving headlong into. In various ways, of course. But I suppose we must begin with our first lesson. All right, get out your books. And as she just kind of sighs of that feeling, as she goes up to this shelf of knickknacks and other items, you do see there is like a bong, or like other forms of satisfaction, we'll say, amongst the shelves. Before she just kind of like, okay, I guess we're doing this lesson first, and she pulls out the book. before she begins to recite further. And last but certainly not least, we return over to Mew once again.
Hello.
There is this soft humming coming over from Brenda, and this sort of light vibrato to her as she is seemingly quickly getting to work at her workstation just as you're coming in. Einar... Ooh, actually, before I forget, bring us over here. There we go. Einar seems to be currently sort of in rhythm, blowing at the billows, or using the billows to heat up the forge. Before his head kind of turns to see you finally woken up, and strolls over. Halt! Stop at the door.
Okay. Sorry I'm late.
I believe you had, from what I've heard, you had a very bad case of pest control. So at least today, I'll let it slide, but don't make it habit.
You got it. You got it, Chief.
Splendid. Now, there are only 2 rules that I instate while you are present within my workshop. Number 1, while you are here, do not touch anything until I allow you to. Do I make myself clear?
It's not the first time I've been told that. Yeah.
Second rule, if you are to step into my workshop while I am here, I'm not responsible for any injuries. And he smiles.
Noted.
Just don't let me catch you.
Sounds like a challenge.
Kind of walks over and just kind of like reaches up to slap a hand onto your shoulder. I can see the spirit in you, dear. That's spark. I always hate using that word now after knowing what it is in the studies, but anyway. I'm sure you have felt that lightning in your hands, that's want and this willingness to create. And she kind of grasps up to your hand and kind of shakes it, just kind of with this force. As you kind of see that, like,
just like shaking.
Not as in you're electrocuted, dear. Until and he'll let go.
Sorry, you're very strong.
Apologies. I'm usually we're used to working with more solid stuff. No offense.
None taken.
That means something in common, doesn't it? Anyway. Before I let you go free to do whatever in the Nine Hells you wish, I would like to teach you the fundamentals and let us see what you know first.
Okay, I'm ready.
There is blacksmithing, and there is music, and I shall teach you to sing to your steel, dearie. Begin. And we shall leave you there. So, as all the... Oh, go ahead.
Just quietly keeping to myself that I'm the daughter of a blacksmith.
Hey, you don't know shit. And so, now... it is for all of you that you shall be working together, both amongst the students of your similar aspects, but also throughout the week amongst the libraries and the various rooms of the castle, to dive into and improve your understanding of the principle that has accepted you. And so it will be a similar process to the research established previously. But it'll be a little bit more, a bit more Socratic, we'll say, a bit more open-ended. Along with also having some extra requirements based on whatever principle you are to invoke. So,
Oh boy.
I suppose to start off, actually, I believe. Hang on, let me double check something quick. I believe all of the stages thus far are going to be beginning with research. So we can for the sake of order. And I'll probably track everyone to mark this for my sanity. We'll be going down the list with each, essentially going by each principle. So first and foremost, Braun and Yue, we'll have you each do first investigation.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. It would be investigation, then history, then insight.
Alright.
And then an additional task because of your principle of fade.
More than
I'm
fair.
sorry. I heard first investigation and then
Investigation, history, and insights.
And then a secret fourth challenge. Our secret ingredient for tonight.
Secret aspect. 9.
9.
investigation.
Would you like to use a point of inspiration, UA?
Sure, I'll burn my one that I have.
Oh,
That was not much better. I should have stuck with 9.
Fair enough.
Oh well.
Next up, we'll be doing history. So far we have 1 success from UA. Oh, sorry, 1 success from Braun.
Yeah.
And then now another success from Braun, and unfortunately another that is almost a success for UA.
Mm.
Actually, wait, hold on. Am I crazy? Let me check. Sorry, it is barely a success. It is the 10 you have to beat, not an 11.
Okay.
And then last but certainly not least, insight. Jesus. Yeah, there's where UA starts to shine.
I ain't book smart, but I can read a person.
Especially a dead one.
honestly, I think that affirmation from earlier really did do a number for Braun.
Yeah.
In a good
got
way.
galvanized.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that is entirely valid. Oh, actually, we'll zoom out. Sorry, I realized I never zoomed out on the map. There we go.
When the dice want to tell a story, the dice want to tell a story.
Mm-hmm. So... well, starting off with Braun, we'll say... A hollow in the soul has awakened the mind, grasping for answers. In another life, the flame of the hearth may have yet warmed the heart. Yet even now, the lungs remember well the smoke and the cold it left. You're going to have to perform an intuition skill check, which means you get to pick and choose which skill check that uses wisdom you actually get to, and if you can explain it to me, how this pertains to your to your practice, I will allow it.
Oh no, because I'm only good at 2 of those: animal handling and insight. Oh no.
Quick, explain how animal handling helps.
I was saying,
I'm a werewolf, and this is all introspection, so I'm trying to tame the good boys from the good. No.
I'm sure there's that's a bit of a loose one.
No, but like genuinely, possibly insight as introspection. I don't know.
No, I can absolutely see insight as part of this. Go on ahead.
All right, it's gonna be bad because I had a good insight roll.
10 barely succeeds.
Oh,
And of course also UA. What's insight? Well, not insight. What intuition does
You
UA
completely
use?
cut out again. I'm so sorry.
It's all good. Yeah, you succeeded. You're good. UA.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. What intuition does UA turn to try to frame and understand this?
She's going to take an interesting path, I think, on this one.
Mm-hmm.
She's going to look to, the family that she never knew, the ones that, the people that are dead.
Mm-hmm.
She's going to use survival
Okay.
as kind of like
All
she's
right.
going to use the survival skill in this sense to kind of do what they could not, or to try to
Okay.
do what they could not.
You're yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. You are pacing through the motions of what is done in the throngs of tragedy and devastation.
Mm-hmm.
And so you turn first to, all right, what is to be done after this has happened? I'll allow it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Glad to get a little, a little punny, but almost done. Oof.
Oh.
Ouch.
I was gonna say again if you have a point of inspiration, but
Nah, I only had one. I burned it already.
okay. So
That's fine.
that is
Uh,
1, 2,
oh wait,
3.
I don't have it. Never mind.
The dice humble me. It's fine. It's part of the thing.
I was gonna jokingly go, okay, cool. I manifest again. I don't have again, and even if I did, it wouldn't work.
No, it would not. I'll
Again, it's real
say
tadpoles.
because you both are working together on this and your understanding of it, this is a group skill check.
Okay.
Half of us passed.
And with the skill checks that Braun helped to carry this, it will end up being effectively a group success. So,
Okay.
Fade is the principle of absence, finality, loss, and the brink. Grief, or I guess I should say, for Braun, grief is a powerful emotion that surfaces along that precipice, and such powerful memories linger well in the mind. What spurs with it, however, is yet to be seen, but its silent intensity cannot be ignored. One you swore you saw in your brother's eyes. For you, eh?
Mm-hmm.
In the wake of tragedy, there are many reminded how close to the brink they have glimpsed. Betrayal, loss, mourning. Emotions grasped from the smoke of a cold and uncaring flame. It's suffocating, smothering, uncompromising. But so long as it's carried on your breath, it can be directed. I suppose it could be said. The principle of fade often presents itself in the fading of warmth and of life, but also of memory and of emotion. It is the calm after tragedy, as well as the dread. It is acceptance as much as it is suffocation by it. I will say that both of you have 3 questions. 3 or I guess we'll make it 2 each.
Okay.
To keep things quick.
Okay. Just any like yes or no.
Yes or no, same as before.
Yes or no. Cool.
Yeah, you guys can either share your pool or two each.
Okay. You want to go first, Braun, or should I?
I genuinely don't know what my questions should be.
That's
No,
more
that's
than
fair.
I was say, yeah, for how I'm kind of going with UA. I think she has a couple ideas.
Mm-hmm.
Is there... Trying to see how to word this just right.
Mm-hmm.
Can I further wield the march that I've been given by the bell?
In a way, yes. The bell you hold is as symbolic as it is literal, in terms of its potency in the principle of fade. And ergo, it is something that we would be able to improve and scale along with you, effectively, as your understanding, as your understanding and your, what would the term be? Or as well as the degree of the aspect you have embodied within you.
Mm-hmm.
So effectively, it can be your focus.
Okay.
For this,
But it
for the
but it
abilities
doesn't
you
need to
gain.
be. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Second question.
Second question.
And the same would go for the doll from Braun.
Okay. Right. Your second question probably then would be just kind of almost a more direct one of, would it be alright if I come in here to collect myself, focus myself, attune myself?
Yes. You will be facing the tragedy firsthand here, but you will also find comfort here.
Perfectly fine by me.
Braun? If you don't have any questions, that's fine. Oh, sorry.
Is there a time where the pain of it goes away and really should? Like, as
Basically, can you become numb to it?
yeah, and is that basically, well, kind of more? It's kind of assuming that the answer is yeah, you can. Is becoming numb to it a good thing at all?
That's a difficult question to answer yes or no. There are benefits to the numbness for those in which pain is unavoidable. Allowing that semblance of peace can be relieving and refreshing. But also, it can just as easily hide the wounds that is yet bleeding.
Okay, and how to word, I guess.
What was that? Sorry.
I'm trying to think of how to word this.
Mm-hmm.
Is anything ever truly gone?
No, not quite. The principle of fate is about the precipice and of the brink, yes, and in most cases is about bringing those that are of life and of warmth and of memory teetering on that brink. But it can also be the opposites, those that have fallen to oblivion and being brought back to that precipice. It is precarious, yes, but not impossible.
Those are the two questions.
Okay. I suppose next on the list, of course, would be Ale, and diving into her studies of lens. Once again, this will be another history, was it investigation, history, and insight? If you're still there, Ale, Talon, by the way.
Oh, hey, sorry. Yeah. We have lost code for the night.
Yes, I did see, and we can I can go talk with Rio, talk with Code, afterward. Maybe we can pop up. Tixel, what the
Yeah.
hell did you just make? Sorry, I just saw that in the Memento Magic chat.
Alright, sorry, it was
Don't worry about it.
We'll talk about
investigation.
that later after session. Yes. Well, sorry. Yeah, investigation. Then history. And then insights. And last but certainly not least for Ale, it is going to be a test of knowledge. From what skill, intelligence-based skill, does Ale try to approach the principle of lens from, and her understanding of it?
That is going to be Arcana.
Ah, very wise
Focusing
choice.
on her magical powers and how they can aid her in her understanding of the principles.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely, I'd allow Arcana. 23. Beautiful. Okay, so. The beacon yet burns on the horizon line. Yet even now those inks of dream refract at the peripheral. You know it is not the only source of such illumination, but it burns brightly with purpose. What does it wish to reveal? Where does it wish to lead? Lens is a principle of perception, knowledge, belief, and the conscious mind. Your eyes are sensitive to lights and colors that others are blind to. Lines cannot open or crack, but it may yet pierce and reach far past to the impossible. All it needs is the right focus. You have your 3 questions.
Oh, just any questions? Like,
Yes or no questions, but yeah.
do these powers, like, for Lens, give me any benefit in controlling my other powers, my curse?
In certain ways, yes. Lens is a principle, of course, of perception, especially, and of knowledge and a certain degree enlightenment. So, if nothing else, it will absolutely give you, allow you to see more opportunities that may otherwise be overlooked. And I'll say this from a meta perspective, a mechanicals perspective. It would allow you to see more opportunities for things to unlock in the future.
Alright.
Whether you yourself can unlock them or not.
Is there a way that I can better learn which visions are going to be, like, true and which ones are false visions?
In a way, yes. Fate is a fickle bitch. And showing potential and showing possibilities is always a difficult line to cross. Whether something is more likely to happen or more likely to happen in the near future is one thing. Whereas the possibility of something happening decades, in the future, or, gaining some level of insight from that is another. Both you can equally gain insight from in some capacity, but again, a lens is to focus light, and ergo, help you to see which one is more apparent in the here and now, and whether it would be as actually applicable.
Alright, third question. I'm not sure.
It's okay. I realize this is a lot, and I do apologize on that end. This is also a new system I'm working with, so it might change and add some more ideas as we go. If you would like, I could also possibly give as I did before for you, another insight or another hint of possibilities you'll be able to go down with this.
Okay, yeah. Some sort of hint might be good.
So,
Help you feel
the
less
colors...
overwhelmed by everything.
Okay. That's fair. The colors that you have been seeing, as well as these glimpses of other things that people can't, the way that you've been kind of described it and the way that you kind of see it, is that sometimes it's visions, sometimes it is some form of divination or some form of prophecy. Sometimes it is you physically seeing more, as in seeing into what bleeds into the material realm. I.e., you might be able to enhance your vision to see into the ethereal.
Okay.
And as for what can be gained and seen from there within the ethereal and interacting with that, well, we shall have to see. All right, Moo, yours is going to be a bit of a weird one. So...
What else is new?
Fair. Now, the beginning is the same in terms of study. Unfortunately, Einar does still puts you to the books first and foremost. So it is going to be, once again, investigation! Natural fucking 20. Okay.
Daughter of a blacksmith.
So I will say, for the sake of this, that counts as 2 successes. Towards your research. The moment we see Einar sees you starting to speed through, just kind of glazing over the various handbooks and diagrams you're showing, is just, all right. If you're that keen on this, let's fast forward you a bit. Next history and insight. 14, success. 6, as admittedly a failure, but yeah, got that nat 20 to cover you. And last but certainly not least, unlike intuition or knowledge with all of the other studies so far, this is going to require some practical experimentation. So this is going to be weird. You have 2 different options here. You can and when I say practical experimentation, this is going to involve on a physical person or a physical being. Spark is a principle of transformation in some capacity. So this is going to involve some level of experimentation either on yourself or another being. If you decide to experiment on yourself, this would be a an appropriate skill check, a skill check that that you can defend, pertaining to your studies, as well as also a Constitution saving throw. If you're experimenting on another creature, the Constitution saving throw is made by the targets instead.
Yeah, I think the obvious choice is myself.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of been my goal all along.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. All right. So how does Mew try to approach her understanding of the principle of transformation and energy?
I think I'm approaching this through I'm trying to think of this in terms of a magical influence shaping and reshaping physical objects in practical ways. So I'm looking at this as an arcane practice, just applied in more direct ways.
Alrighty. Guessing you want to roll Arcana?
Yes.
By all means. 14. And of course, subsequently, the Constitution saving throw. 14 as well. Consistency. I like it. So, as you begin essentially tinkering with metal for the first time in this workshop under Einar's discretion, as well as also through some careful and direct guidance, you essentially are starting to trying to understand not only transformation of just physical objects like wood or stone or metal. It also involves the transformation of yourself, of course, and the physical exertion and the rattling of your soul as you are trying to pump and infuse magic into various objects in order to help warp and melt and shape and alter them in some capacity. It's exhausting work over the course of this week, but eventually you come to a conclusion. This is not a form you could have chosen. Another hand has wrought your body to a clay of flesh they can easily mold. Though you and others have learned to shape it, its true whims are pressed under the palm that rolled them. Yet clay can be fired and broken under the right heat. Spark is the principle of change, energy, creation, and that which cannot be reversed. Each visage you take is merely a recreation of a recollection, and even that may crack and crumble with time. Much has been forged and sculpted from the heat of betrayal. Those coals are not as burned as the crones may act they are. You have your 3 questions.
Hmm. I guess the burning question is, how can I turn this, like everything I'm learning, into something useful?
Technically, that's not a yes or no question, but I'll allow it. Framing it as, can I do all of this? Yes.
Yes. Okay.
There are multiple avenues in which this can be done. As of course, Spark is probably one of the more practical principles, just in terms of dealing with the physical and the transformation of such. So ergo, for the goals that you wish to perform, or even just the techniques you already have in terms of innovation and craftsmanship and innovation. Sorry, I said innovation. Creation. This is a very potent avenue to go down that route. And if you wish to reforge yourself a body that you can have greater control over, there is more than just metal that can be done to achieve that.
Mm-hmm. I guess my next question would be, is this something that could effectively remove myself from basically break the yoke?
In many ways, yes. When you are if you are to transform yourself into something that is no longer of their creation, you are reforged into a different being under a different power. You are not the same person, and you are not under the same shackles. And this would absolutely be one avenue to break the chains.
Okay, good to know. Do I get one more?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So this is this is a principle of creation and harnessing energies and physical forces to build and invent and create things. Could it also be an avenue toward forging the means of destruction.
In a roundabout way, yes. Though there is the principle of Fang, which is typically the purview of which destruction and violence particularly is found under. Someone must need to forge those weapons and to give those fangs their sharpness.
I think I have a need.
And I suppose I can successfully say, for everyone here presently, that all of you have essentially gained +1 understanding in each of your principles.
Hell yeah.
As for what exactly that means, I'm afraid we'll have to dive into that later. But as you commiserate and laugh and dive deeper and accept this connection and this presence that has found itself within you all, I'm afraid that this is where we're going to have to end the session for tonight.
More than fair.
That, and also we've already lost one, so which is more than valid. I already knew that Code was a bit sick before everything began, so more
Oh
than
boy,
valid.
this was a good one.
This was a very weird session to prep for, because like none of it was maps, none of it was like stat work. This was all fucking writing and you know, world building.
Also, nature. Looking at my sub. These I don't really need to do that.
You don't need to do what exactly?
That martial stuff.
Makes sense.
Okay. So Tixel, did you just make a fucking Nordareth wiki?
The fucking starter one, yeah.
Oh boy. Yeah, I briefly saw that when I poked into the Memento Magic group chat. I'm like, what the hell are you making in here? Oh boy, I had a feeling.
Incredibly bare bones.
I had a feeling this day would come. But hot damn.
Honestly, kind of surprised it hadn't happened before.
Fair. But yeah, I applaud and thank everyone who's stuck along for this long, because yeah, this was a very different D&D session. Like I said, this is a much more slower pace, but still weirdly like kind of intense.
I'm not going to lie, nature. I think right now, I don't know.
Right now, you don't know. Great.
My brain still is fried. It's fine.
Well, if you look at the numbers, I think it's
What about numbers? Pardon?
Nothing. It's late. It's late. I never slept last night. I never got any day. I just entirely on coffee, Gatorade, and bacon.
It sounds like you're starting to fade a little bit. I'm not funny.
Which one do
I
I
will.
first?
Anyways, yeah, my flame on ability actually gives me the attack with the fires that I summon.
Yeah, and the most I will say, it's for above board for all of your guys's ascensions in the principles. They will. I will try to make them synergize as best as they can with your guys's like class features.
That's more than fair. Yeah, where they shape to us instead of us completely shaping to them.
Also,
Exactly.
nature. What the fuck?
What do you mean?
Why is my team a burned half elf, half Borkran lady? You bitch.
I'm gonna be. I will be totally honest with you. I had this character planned before Braun was ever made.
One thing I do find hilarious though was just you being like, actually, both of you make this roll, because, right, you speak Borcanon.
Yep.
It's like, oh, the irony.
I was going to ask at some point what language were they mouthing,
Him.
if I could figure it out.
I will say for the sake of this, it is not a language you understand.
It's
Good talk.
okay. So it's
Oh,
not
dear.
Elvish, Borkeren, Dwarvish, or Common.
Nope.
It's dead
Gotcha.
speak.
It's Dead Speak. The unknown sequel to Dead Space. For kids. No.
Oh.
Oh
No, I
no!
didn't-
that's
now I just have a
Deep
nerd
Speech
racing in
one.
my head.
It's a typing game, but horror.
Oh, I mean, it wouldn't be the first one.
That's
Typing of
true.
the Dead
Personally,
exists. Make sure Typing of the Dead exists.
Oh, it does.
Yep, typing of the dead, exactly.
Oh, there's also a typing one when you're text assist. That's what I was thinking
Oh,
of.
yeah, the text assist too, yeah.
I played a little bit of that one. That was actually pretty fun.
Yeah.
But anyway,
Yeah.
before Braun, aka Tixel, fades away into nothingness, where can they find them?
You can find me at twitch.tv/pro_cresta_nation. The revolution starts tomorrow.
yeah.
I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing tomorrow, if anything. I'm probably just going to rest because I am
Valid.
having bleh. Wednesday, I'm doing more Sly Cooper. That's happening anyways. And you can also find me over at the Nordareth Wiki. It exists. It is bare
Oh my
bones.
god, that's a thing. That is absolutely.
That is
a thing.
now a
Did you
thing.
advertise it in the grotto yet?
No, because it's literally very bare bones, and I don't know how to give people editing permissions to the wiki, so I
That
can
is
get
fair.
more people to actually help me.
I don't know the first thing about fanfiction.net.
It's not fanfiction.
Or
it's
fandom.com. Sorry.
Yeah.
Fandom.com.
Ooh, I like that freaking. What fucking image did you use for the background? That's actually really cool.
It's a default option. That is a
Oh,
default
really? Hot
option.
damn! I fucking
Yes.
adore that. That's cool as shit.
I know. I saw that and I was like, well, that's what it is.
That is, I vibe with that so fucking hard. But anyway, speaking with people I vibe so fucking hard with, Viatrix, where can they find you?
You can find me at twitch.tv/VatrixVT. I'm supposed to make a schedule tonight, but I don't think I'm going to. I'll do it tomorrow.
That's valid. That is entirely
Yeah.
valid. Alright. Speaking, also another person I vibe very well with. Hey, Mara.
Mara.
Hi, I'm Mara. And much like actually V, I think I completed my schedule earlier, but I'm not gonna post it till tomorrow because that means I have to think of funny words to put before it. I don't
There
have it.
was a lot today. I do not blame
Oh, yeah.
you.
Yeah.
Like a lot, but in a good way. Like it was very,
Yeah.
very good for it, but it's.
Mhm.
Oh,
Not a lot happened, but a lot happened.
yeah.
What the fuck is with me making sad boys that get contented very early in the campaign?
Yeah, you keep
If you're
accidentally
in-
making characters that synergize well with very specific NPCs.
Because reasons.
It's starting to become a pattern. It's weird.
Mhm.
You know what they say? Great minds think alike. Ah.
Speaking of another great mind, hi Talon.
Where?
You dummy.
You have good
Ah.
brain and face and
Oh, gotcha,
personality.
right. But
Oh, god damn
yes,
it.
I
you
joke.
can certainly find me here at on Twitch, Miss Talon. I'm gonna be doing at least one stream this week alongside Nature Claus and Miss Marakar, where we're doing some Dinkum. That'll be out next weekend.
Heck yeah.
Yeah. Beyond that, I guess I'm gonna go look after poor Code, who has left early feeling under the weather.
Yeah. I'm afraid he's come up and got down with the sickness.
He held on
Wait,
as long as
what?
he could, but
Yeah.
Mhm.
Honestly,
he
I'm
did
pleasantly
well.
surprised he held on as much as he did.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and I
It was a
apologize
long
if I
time.
wore him out. Because again, this was a lot. It was a
Nah.
little bit of a demanding session in certain ways, but
Yeah.
trying a lot of new stuff. Oh my god, we didn't even get to the books. We'll do it if it's fine.
Nope.
Yeah, next time.
Yeah,
We
because I
have
love that
a
it's just
lot
like
to do next time.
yeah. I mean, I have a few ideas. But yes, there's a few things that'll be coming up. But anyway, you could find me here.
Speaking of a few things that'll be coming. Nature.
Oh.
Don't word it like that, Tixel. Please. It's not helping the allegations.
But you're a turtle, not an alligator.
Oh my god.
I'm not gonna actually add desk, but I really want to.
I need to stop. I need to stop having to explain this. Fuck's sake.
Also, not meaning to out you immediately, V, but are you immediately playing Sekiro right now after the session's ended?
I mean, I was going to, yeah.
That's fair. I was just surprised of like, oh man, now that's finally over. And it starts playing other video games.
Oh,
No, that's
no,
valid.
no.
I'm joking.
I mean, I'm gonna be completely honest. My computer's working now. Like another 24 hours.
No, that's fair. Honestly, I might immediately jump on the Helldivers to get my daily done before I go to sleep.
Oh my god.
For democracy!
I came. Nature.
Hmm?
Nature.
Nature. What?
Playing Kingdom Hearts.
Oh god, my schedule is a fucking mess. Because like I've already started so many RPGs, and I'm not sure which one I'm going to be regularly playing. Because that's a whole other thing I might get into off.
The thing is, that is another thing. Is like I don't mean that bossy friend, but if you're going to do Kingdom Hearts, I want your undivided attention.
Oh yes, I know
Yeah.
if and when I play Kingdom Hearts, I know you're going to be there no matter what, and I can tolerate this.
Oh yeah, but bro, I should sign off. So.
Yes. Next stream is going to be on Tuesday, in which I'm actually going to be collabing with the lovely Callie, California Dream. Turtles Unite. Playing some more Played Up with oh my god, I feel so sorry. I forgot the other streamer's name.
Toto?
No, hold on.
No, it's not another turtle VTuber.
No. Is why is there? I go to check Discord and it just says N. That's real helpful. Thanks, Discord. Why do you have to cut off the names right now?
Because you're streaming and it doesn't want to dox people
Oh!
through their Discord names.
Yeah.
You know, I never put two and two together that was because of streamer mode.
Nature.
Nazcat, that's the name. This is it's going to be hanging out with friends of the lovely California Dream at the beach house, playing Played Up and doing cooking and brain stuff, maybe.
Brain.
But yes. Unfortunately, our Cat of Wisdom is currently unavailable.
Taking Constitution saving throws.
So in that case, you know what? Bunny of Wisdom, what is your wisdom to give us before we wrap up for the night?
Remember, sometimes characters have to talk to dead people, I guess. I don't know. You put me on the spot.
Sometimes characters need to target dead people?
Talk to them.
Only truly through community and connections can we ever actually move past the problems that plague us in our day-to-day and the bigger problems which do come and are sadly inevitable.
Tixel, I want a meme answer,
Sure, you
not a
just give
genuine
someone
one.
a fucking hug. Just if you see someone who needs it, ask if they want a hug, and make sure that you do. Not everybody wants hugs.
Yeah.
but like it is still a form of like human connection. Who are we raiding?
And that is
Nature?
actually genuinely good advice. What was that? God damn
Who
it.
we raiding?
Who are we
Uh,
raiding?
Who are we dropping?
That is a good question. If anyone has any recommendations, of course.
I do see there's Celeste Altaloon doing
Honkai Star Rail.
Volosaurus doing.
Yeah, we got
is-
Celeste, we got Volosaurus, though I did technically raid
there's
Volosaurus yesterday,
Yeah.
a few days ago.
there's Neon Harper who's doing Sonic Unleashed, though they're currently raging, and I don't know if that.
That's a very different energy.
Yeah. Like as much as they're not in the best of moods right now due to playing Sonic Unleashed on the Wii, the worst version of that game.
Oh my god. You know, I played Sonic Unleashed on the Wii, and I enjoyed it.
But you enjoyed it, yes, but it's still objectively the worst version of that game.
Yeah.
That's actually not a bad raid message, Talon. We see dead teachers.
It gets pretty sucky dark, though. I don't know. That could have other implications.
Dead teacher raid.
Oh god.
No. I do like adding
Unburn the
something with
witch.
teachers in it. But unburn the witch. Oof. Okay,
No context.
we could go raid Brimstone Angel, who I believe is a very beloved streamer from a certain person here in the D&D party.
Oh boy, that's a reference that would be fitting due to
Oh, Brimstone.
Game Supply. Yeah.
Oh.
How do you keep doing this, Nature? What the fuck?
What do you mean? It's fine.
It's,
Yeah, they're kind of playing Poke Rogue at the moment, which I've actually never seen before, and I'm kind of curious of this.
Ooh.
But yeah, we'll go pop in and give Brimstone Angel.
It is a little
wonderful
fucked
answer.
up and a little tangential, but UA has a bell, so ding dong, the witch happens to be dead.
Ding dong, the witch is dead.
Oh.
I feel like
Oh,
it's
geez.
still a bit spoil. These are all very spoilery raid messages, admittedly. Read, bitch.
I can't believe what the fuck heck is.
Maybe.
All right. We'll first do
Oh.
/raid. But yeah, we'll go raid Brimstone Angel because they seem very cool and also are pretty. Oh damn it! An ad break literally just started as we're about to raid. God damn it! We'll still
I
go do
didn't
the raid,
have
it's fine.
I didn't have enough attempts to, push it away.
It's all good.
Didn't give me the option
We could still start the raid.
because as a
it's
mod
whatever.
you can postpone those up to 3 times per stream.
Yeah. Anyway. I do like Unburn the Witch. I like, I'm hesitant to say teacher mommy or teacher daddy raid. That has some other implications.
Hot teacher raid?
Hot teacher raid. That implies I'm the hot teacher,
It's
which,
true.
I don't know. I mean, gestures itself.
We'll turn into hot soup.
Teacher soup. No. I don't mind read, bitch. Read, bitch. And then there we go. And then at the very end, also raid. Perfect. But yes, I would like to wish everyone a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, whatever time zone they're currently in. Wish everyone a wonderful coming week. Stay in drugs, don't do school, eat your teeth, and don't burn your witches. Make them swim like ducks instead. Take care, guys. Bye!
Negotiation starts tomorrow.